Howdy, y'all. This is Taylor Ursula of That's So Pisces, and it's time to talk about Gemini season, which means spring is nearly ending and summer is imminent. So let's dive in and see what the season has in store for us. It will be quite a buzz. So, some highlights of Gemini season to look forward to. While Mercury, ruling over Gemini season, has just moved into Taurus, we'll have Mercury moving home into the sign of Gemini in the first week of June. So we'll have a good majority of Gemini season being ruled by Mercury moving through its home sign. And so we might be in a period of finally getting to the questions we need to be asking, finally gathering the information we need to make moves now. We have the planets in Gemini making trines to Pluto. You may recall that as the planets moved through Taurus, they all made a square to Pluto, which brought us into some places of discomfort, of challenging old patterns and survival modes, of confronting dynamics of power between us and ourselves, us and others. So with the trines coming through, we're now processing what's come up for us. We're now getting flexible, right? Gemini is a mutable sign. So we are getting creative, we're getting curious about other ways to move forward and new definitions for things and getting a sense of what things mean to us at this time. We have Jupiter making its way into Gemini not long after the season begins. So as Gemini season starts, Jupiter is wrapping up its approximately 1 year stay in Taurus, and it will be making its way into Gemini for the next year or so. So this happening during Gemini season means that all of the other planets in Gemini moving through at this time will be amplified by the presence of this biggest planet. This might have us finding a lot of meaning and importance in words in ways that we haven't before. We may have a surplus of definitions and a surplus of questions that come with those definitions. We may have an abundance of written communication that we are able to accomplish or set into motion at this time. About halfway through the season, we have Mars making its way into Taurus, which is traditionally known as its sign of detriment, but I personally have a Taurus Mars. And so what I can say about it is it's a time where we will slow down, right? We've had Mars moving through Aries for several weeks now. By the time it's reaching this grounded earthy sign of Taurus, it does mean we have a Mars square to Pluto to anticipate, and that will have us perhaps reacting toward all of those confrontations that I just named with everything else coming up as it moves through Taurus. It might see us slowing down and getting really grounded in our bodies. We will be motivated by our senses as Mars moves through Taurus. And so whatever our instincts are bringing up for us at this time, whatever our drive is motivated toward, it's all going to come from a place of being rooted within ourselves first. So we'll be slower to anger. Once we get worked up, we'll be harder to calm. We will be taking our time, putting one step in front of the other in a way that we can trust and feels sturdy now. So this might be a nice way to temper what we've moved through with Mars present with the North Node and meeting the North Node right before Gemini season begins. We might welcome a slower pace as we start to root into everything we've kind of set into motion with Mars moving through Aries. with the planets moving through the mutable axis, Gemini being the first mutable sign, it means we'll encounter troublesome aspects to Saturn and Neptune this season. So we'll have all of the kind of inner planets, Sun, Venus, Mercury, encountering both Saturn and Neptune in a series of squares that might have us caught in feedback loops, might have us running into walls as we try to progress, might have us facing the challenge of turning some of those questions, those definitions, those ideas into something tangible, into something emotional, into something communal. Okay. We might see ourselves struggling to make the leap from kind of the personal into the interpersonal or into the, again, like communal. We may have trouble making sense of what everything really means in the end, in that classic Pisces big picture way. And we'll talk more about that as we look at the individual transits, which we shall do now. We'll follow that with our monthly pull of tarot cards for each of the signs. And so you can listen to the transits. You can jump straight ahead to the tarot if you like. We'll review the cards for the season, looking at the Lovers, our card for Gemini, and getting a sense of how it connects us to Strength, our card of the year. So stay tuned and let's dive in. So Gemini season starts early in the morning on Monday, May the 20th. And on Wednesday, the 22nd, we have the first of those trines I told you about to Pluto. So the sun in Gemini makes a trine to Pluto retrograde in Aquarius at 2 degrees. So this is the first taste of what I described there with those trines coming through to Pluto, helping us process some of the material that was forced to surface in the squares we had last season. The sun being our sense of self, our sense of ego, where we are moving in the world, our conscious sense of self, tuning into the depths of Pluto, right? Receiving probably some deep transmissions, gaining a deeper sense of clarity about what has been coming up for us over the past few weeks and how we're able to integrate that now into our sense of self as it evolves. And right on time for our full moon, which is happening quite early in the season. Our full moon in Sagittarius taking place at 3 degrees on Thursday, the 23rd. Now, this is a full moon early in Sagittarius being ruled by a Jupiter at the very end of Taurus. So still unable to see each other, technically speaking. And yet there is something maybe happening where the moon has just passed through the tail end of Scorpio, right? And making a trine to that Jupiter at the very end of, making a sextile to Jupiter at the very end of Taurus. And so there is visibility just before the moon moves into Sagittarius. And at 3 degrees, we're still within that orb of visibility. So we get maybe a rare wrap up, right? Anytime the moon's been moving through Sagittarius for the past year, Jupiter has been unaware, unable to see it from Taurus. Here we wrap up Jupiter's stay in Taurus in this kind of final moment of getting to finally see that Sagittarian full moon. This is also the same day that Venus makes a conjunction to that Jupiter at 29 degrees of Taurus. So this might be a moon with a lot of good luck to it. Maybe we've been really going through it. Maybe we've been really struggling, and maybe we are able to tap into a sense of hope, making meaning out of what we've experienced, finding connection to people, whether it's the people we've been going through it with, whether it's people maybe just outside of that space who are able to offer us support and benevolence now. There might be resources that become available that have been much needed. So this might be a moon that brings us to some sense of culmination about what our sense of passion looks like right now, what our morals and our kind of expectations of each other have all come to mean to us over the past year, and wrapping up some stories in that Sagittarius part of our chart. So I mentioned the conjunction between Venus and Jupiter. Jupiter's ruling over the full moon. Venus is ruling over both planets. Venus will then go on to make a sextile to Neptune before slipping into the mutable waters of Gemini. So this might also activate our powers of compassion, our powers of imagination, perhaps providing us a sense that everything maybe adds up to something in the end, even with a sense of unseen magic making itself known at this time. There might be something private to this experience, where there's something really spiritual happening for us. There may be many layers to this moon. On the same day, Jupiter will also run into that sextile with Neptune. And again, Jupiter's ruling that full moon. So we'll talk at length about what this all means in that full moon video, but know that all of that compassion and creativity and imagination is also infused into Jupiter as well. On Saturday, May the 25th, we have Venus newly in Gemini making a trine to Pluto retrograde in Aquarius at 2 degrees. And so this is Venus also now making nice with Pluto, now gaining a sense of where these power struggles are leading us to new questions, to new possibilities, to new connections with other people. What new ideas are coming from kind of the soil that has been tilled at this time? This is the same day that Jupiter makes its way into Gemini. So I'm hoping to make a whole video on this particular time. So we'll talk more at length about that. But everything I described at the top of this video, Jupiter expanding, wanting to learn, wanting to grow, wanting to evolve, wanting to take on new roles. Gemini being all about duality, flexibility, the mind, and how we tap into our ideas, what we make use of those ideas, how those ideas evolve over time, the more we connect with other people. You can see how there's a lot of potential for us taking on new roles and defining ourselves differently, defining the roles that we play differently, putting more energy and effort into writing, maybe taking a writing course. There's all kinds of possibilities, and we'll explore that further. On Monday, the 27th, we have Mercury in Taurus making a sextile to Saturn in Pisces at 18 degrees. Okay, and so this might be an opportunity to, again, remembering Mercury is ruling over Gemini season. Mercury is currently moving through Taurus, which is a slower, more patient, more grounded sign. We might be starting to get a sense of where we are rooting into these larger Saturn changes we're moving through. Saturn is close to approaching its degree of station. And so some of these conversations that are taking place to Saturn over the next several weeks, we will be revisiting. We will be getting a sense of how to really take on that responsibility, whatever Saturn's building for us. So in this time, we're getting a sense of where in our bodies we currently have the information we need to root into those changes. We are getting a sense of how we're going to embody some of that responsibility and where we're going to build that into our kind of day-to-day realm. On Wednesday, the 29th, we have Mars making a conjunction to Chiron in Aries at 22 degrees. Okay, so this is maybe the other shoe falling after that Mars North Node conjunction that we had right at the end of Taurus season. And when we talked about that, we discussed maybe Mars being very hungry for some kind of initiation, and it may be pulling us somewhere farther than we meant to go, maybe leaping harder than we prepared for. It's tough to predict how we react when Mars is meeting with such a volatile energy, and it's not only ruling that energy, but it's therefore in its own sign, and it's Aries. So there's much more of a leap first, think later energy here. So whatever opened up through that conjunction may now be manifesting in some real way, may now be making itself known. There may be consequences to what we've started with the Mars North Node conjunction, and that's neither bad nor good. It's just that if we're seeking change, then change is going to manifest. It's going to mean doing things differently. It's going to mean letting go of how we've been doing things in the past. And that can certainly bring up a lot of tenderness. We've been doing things the way we've been doing them in order to survive. But if we want to do more than that, that means we need to confront wherever we are still holding on to that vulnerability that no longer serves us. Maybe it has turned into victimhood. Maybe it has turned into a state of self-imposed paralysis, right? Whatever it is that is being changed now, we might be compelled to sit with this very raw part of us inside. On Thursday, the 30th, we have our third quarter moon in Pisces at 9 degrees. This is being ruled by Jupiter, newly in Gemini, which means that the moon will square its ruler as it is beginning to square the sun and wane into darkness. Okay, so we'll talk more about this moon in particular in that video, but this is where we are starting to perhaps release some of the initial attempts we've made at some of those Saturn goals. This moon is co-present with Saturn and will meet Saturn after squaring the sun. And so there will perhaps be some reflection on this Saturn journey thus far and what we may have had to carve away during this transit in order to build up what we are attempting to construct with Saturn in Pisces. This is the same day that Mercury in Taurus, ruling Gemini, makes a conjunction to Uranus in Taurus at 24 degrees. So there may be some radical shakeups at this time. There may be some big revelations that allow us to shed something old, that allow us to step into something new. So there may not be as much emotional grief to this moon. It's a Pisces moon, so don't let me say too much there. It may still be emotional, but we may be stepping into some changes that we've also been ready for some time. On Sunday, June 2nd, we have Jupiter in Gemini making a trine to Pluto, retrograde in Aquarius at 1 degree. Okay, and so this may be a broader, more collective transit. We saw Jupiter and Uranus making their conjunction and igniting a very big, broad conversation across our nation here in the States on educational campuses, a very Jupiter theme being disrupted by Uranus. Okay, so Jupiter might show us some more of what our culture and society are determining at this time. We might have some broader collective conversations about what is appropriate to make out of the collective conversation that's already been started. Okay, so on a personal level, we may see ourselves outgrowing some previous ideas of who we've been. We might find ourselves really curious about what else is possible if we release the ideas of who we've been and how we've defined ourselves thus far. We might see ourselves gaining a deeper understanding of where we have room to grow now and where we have room to learn to take on new pursuits. and to get a sense of how this will more deeply empower us as individuals. On the same day, Mercury in Taurus makes a sextile to Neptune in Pisces at 29 degrees. So Mercury is right on the threshold of crossing into Gemini. It will do so later in the day for everyone east of here. It will happen just after midnight for everyone here on the West Coast. So Mercury here on the edge of Taurus, getting this download from Neptune, perhaps some new ideas coming through, really supporting what Jupiter is discovering with that trine to Pluto, really helping catalyze and maybe open us up far beyond what we've been open to up to this point. So on Monday, June 3rd, we have Mercury move into Gemini here on the West Coast, all right? And on the same day, we have the sun making a sextile to the North Node in Aries. Okay, so Gemini welcomes its ruler. The sun may, now that Mercury's home, be gaining a sense of clarity from the North Node that we are starting to move toward what that North Node has been calling us to. Venus in Gemini also makes the same sextile to the North Node at 13 degrees on the same day. So we might really be getting some insight into not only who we are becoming at this time that is aligned with this North Node journey, but also who is along with us for this part of the ride, what resources might be available for us as we do this growing, and what connections we might be open to at this time. And on the same day, Mercury, newly home in Gemini, makes that same trine to Pluto retrograde in Aquarius at 1 degree. So we're really getting those downloads from Pluto. We're really starting to make sense of everything, to put names to things, to categorize things, to organize them, and to square them away so that we can start to move forward with the lessons that we've taken on in this time. And if you caught on that the Sun and Venus both made the same aspect to the same node the day before, then you may know that Thursday, June 4th is our Venus cazimi in Gemini at 14 degrees. So this is, we can think back to our last Venus cazimi. It was during the Venus retrograde in Leo. I swear at some point we're going to stop talking about this. And yet, it's still relevant. So we had our last Venus cazimi during that retrograde. There was a moment of clarity, perhaps in the heat of everything kind of burning around us. And so we are now kind of getting closure on that cycle, opening up a new cycle of Venus journeys at this time. So we might be getting a sense of what our values are turning into at this time, and who around us or within our communities is connected to those values. Getting a sense of what our resources look like now and where we can go to bolster our resources. And maybe getting a sense of who we can connect with to start to get a sense of what we are taking in and changing and being flexible about right now. Lovely then that the sun brings in this energy into our new moon in Gemini, taking place on June 6th. And this new moon in Gemini kind of stands alone. There are not other major transits happening on this day. And so we might really be able to infuse this new moon with whatever intentions we've come out of that cazimi with. On Saturday, the 8th, we have our first in a series of sticky squares taking place between Venus in Gemini and Saturn in Pisces. And this is taking place at 19 degrees. And I mentioned that Saturn is approaching its degree of station. So we are absolutely in some of those final conversations with Saturn before Saturn stations retrograde. Venus, being the first planet to encounter this harsh aspect to Saturn, may feel like we are blocked, may feel like we are trying to maybe connect, maybe make something happen, maybe find out what possibilities are around us. And Saturn may have us limited in some way. We may feel like we are walking into a wall. We may feel like those connections aren't going through somehow. This is the same day that Mars makes its ingress into Taurus. Kind of a grumpy moment for Mars, being ruled by Venus, who has encountered this stiff attitude from Saturn. So we might start off feeling a little under-resourced, a little under-energized or under-motivated. And on the next day, the 9th, Sunday, we have the sun making the same square to Saturn at 19 degrees. So we catch up to the equation, to the conversation, and we find our sense of growth inhibited somehow. We find our movements, our actions being stunted at this time. However, we do have Mercury and Gemini making a sextile to the North Node in Aries at 13 degrees on this same day. And so maybe where we are limited in our progress with the Sun and Venus, we might be able to still use our minds to figure out what we are moving toward at this time. On Tuesday, the 11th, Venus in Gemini makes a sextile to Chiron in Aries at 22 degrees. So we might be connecting with the part of us that has been triggered by the square to Saturn, whatever part of us maybe has felt hopeless in the wake of that square or felt abandoned. We might be able to bring some grace, some softness into that tenderness there and bring a little bit of connection around the ache that comes up. We need that because on the same day, Mars makes that square to Pluto from Taurus to Aquarius at 1 degree. And so we might find ourselves very frustrated on this day. We might find our ego really wrapped up in whatever maybe the squares between Venus and the Sun into Saturn have brought up. Those being about that big picture stuff, those being about our mind and how they correlate with the sort of big picture or broader world around us, the interconnectedness around us, and Mars and Pluto really representing for us that challenge within ourselves, perhaps, or some of that real ego content being stirred up and feeling kind of riled up, kind of defensive, kind of protective, kind of on guard there. On Wednesday, the 12th, we see Mercury and Gemini walk into the same trap, the square to Saturn at 19 degrees. All right, so whatever we were able to maybe mentally make our way around in that previous square to Saturn, we might not have that option available to us here today. It's also a Mercury ruled day, so we might find our routines thrown off here. We might find our typical route to work loaded with a bit more traffic. We might find the typical small talk running into blockages somehow. We might just encounter a series of like menial frustrations on this day, and we just need to kind of maybe get through it with our sanity. On the same day, the Sun in Gemini makes a sextile to Chiron in Aries at 22 degrees. So we might be able to zoom out of the minor frustrations, the day-to-day minutia that is interrupted or impeded on this day. We might get a sense of, yes, this has frustrated me before. This has been a trigger for me in the past. And I'm figuring out how to sit with those triggers now in a new way that is providing maybe some healing toward younger me. On Thursday, the 13th, we have Mercury in Gemini come through and make that same sextile to Chiron in Aries at 22 degrees. And this is also the day of our first quarter moon in Virgo. So we are having a first quarter lunation ruled by Mercury, who is making this sextile to Chiron. And this might be a really potent healing time for us. We'll have a full moon in Capricorn the following week, which means we'll have just started summer. And so this first quarter moon might see us in typical Virgo fashion, making notes, making spreadsheets, organizing our traumas in some way. I know that sounds so silly, but we might be able to, as we're moving through Gemini season, create new definitions about those experiences from the past. And as we create those new definitions, we may be able to create a layer of distance between the impact of those triggers on who we are now. We might be able to categorize what that impact has looked like and make it logical, make it make sense for us in a way that we're able to apply that toward what we are moving toward now. On Friday the 14th, we have our Mercury cazimi at 24 degrees. So 2 cazimis in one season. All right, we are getting a lot of clarity. And so this is again being ruled by Mercury. And so this may be where we find ourselves really aligning with our ideas now, especially coming off of that first quarter moon in Virgo. We might really feel like, okay, I've organized how I have been impacted by these things. I have made sense and defined some of these experiences that have been plaguing me or have been weighing down on me. And as I've done so, I've gotten an idea of what that frees up space-wise in my mind, as well as in my heart. I might have a sense now of clarity in terms of what I can think about moving forward and what new ideas and what new experiences are able to come through now. On Sunday, the 16th, we have Venus in Gemini making a square to Neptune in Pisces at 29 degrees. Okay. And on this same day, Venus will move into Cancer. And so we are a little bit drunk on this day. We are a little bit heady. Okay. Venus loves to have a good time. Venus might be amongst people who all have different ideas about what a good time looks like. And Venus may want to participate in all of them. Venus may get a little in over her head. It might not be the worst thing. It could have us teetering on the edge of the deep end if we are not mindful of how we are engaging with this energy. So again, we might end up a little tipsy if we're not looking out. We might end up a little heady in terms of all of the possibilities that are opened up at this time, because Neptune is on the very edge of Pisces, really channeling everything in the world. All right, like the literal edge of the zodiac. And Venus might be trying to figure out how to catch them all, okay? And it might be just a little overwhelming. This could be a good period for creativity, creative expression, whether it's performing or whether it's writing, whether it's taking in inspiration. That might be a good way for us to attune to this energy in a way that we can still ground in and participate in. This day may have us completely relaxing, completely taking on nothing, and allowing ourselves to drift or daydream, and that is perfectly suitable as well. On the same day, the moon will move into Scorpio and make an immediate trine to that Venus, and the moon will be ruling that Venus. So there's something there too about really grounding what comes up there into ourselves emotionally. On Monday, the 17th, the next day, we have Mercury come through and make that same square. So there are several days here, because guess what? We're almost at the end of the season, and the sun is going to come make the same square. So let's just say that these final days of Gemini season have us out in space, lost in the sauce, drunk in love. Okay, so again, everything that I've said about Venus is going to continue with Mercury. Mercury is going to have a harder time. Mercury is how we think, how we communicate. Venus is able to kind of relax and enjoy. Mercury still needs to be driving the ship. Mercury still needs to be hands on the wheel and is wandering into the same overwhelming sense of unreal. So Monday might not feel like a great Monday for those of us who work a 9 to 5 or otherwise are expected to be somewhere at the start of the week. Monday might have us continuing those themes opened up Sunday with that square from Venus. And we might be really diving deep into whatever Venus opened up there. Maybe that's a pleasant experience, and maybe that's an overwhelming experience. Really depends on where we sit with all of that and how we process it. But expect to not be on the typical path today. Expect to not be able to make sense of communications or messages that otherwise would be very straightforward. And plan to build in a little time for off-roading tangents. Luckily, Mercury moves into Cancer on the same day and maybe is able to rinse off a little bit of the chaos and makes an immediate conjunction to Venus. So that means that Mercury will also be kind of in that loose trine space from the moon, and Mercury is able to really anchor into Venus at this very baby degree of Cancer, the sign of baby, about what our needs are right now, what our nurturance looks like right now, and how we want to initiate getting that nurturance started for us and those around us. And on Thursday, the 20th, we have that square between the Sun and Neptune, and this is how we end Gemini season. Okay, so let's just call this whole week a little bit of a wash, pun intended, with Neptune, which I liken to moving through a car wash. We cannot see what's happening outside of us. We have the car in neutral. We cannot drive. We cannot see. There are usually some bright, fun rainbow lights going off. The car is covered in suds. There's brushes coming from nowhere. And we're kind of just in suspension. That's what I like to describe a Neptune vibe. And so that might be really what this whole week feels like. We might be a little bit offline for the week until the Sun moves into Cancer. We might be a little bit adrift as we kind of process in the ether space what's been happening here that we've been defining with our words, with our conversations, opening up new ideas from these definitions. We might need to zoom out a bit and just sort of like allow ourselves to drift for that moment, to let everything kind of settle into the places that are unseen. Okay, let's go ahead and move into the tarot portion of today's entertainment. We will be taking a look at the Lovers, our card for Gemini season. We will compare and contrast this and contextualize this with Strength, our card for the year, and get a sense of how these two cards work together to bring us into the themes we'll be exploring this season. After that, we will pull for each sign and get an idea of what the cards have in store for you during this Gemini season. So stay tuned and let's explore. Okay, let's get to our tarot intro, where we are talking about our card for the season, which is the Lovers, which correlates to Gemini. And we are exploring how this energy of this card lines up with, advances the narrative of, contributes to our understanding of what we've been exploring in the themes of the Strength card, our card for the year. So, just a quick recap on Strength. We are in a period where we are this year getting a better sense of our instincts and how we have maybe conceptualized or likely intellectualized those instincts, where we may have a battle of the mind versus a battle of the gut or the heart, where we may try to keep instincts at bay, where they threaten to undo us, where we may allow our instincts to have full reign, and we're not necessarily giving thought to or consideration to the consequences. Bringing in the Lovers for this season, we are looking at a period where we are perhaps reclaiming or returning back for some of ourselves. Now, those of you who have heard me talk about the Lovers before know that I tend to steer away from the more romantic telling of this card,
although that can absolutely be present here, this can be about us finding another and having our souls kind of be matched and met in that union. But the version I prefer, especially since here on these streets we tend to be going the route of personal development and growth, I like to think of the narrative of Castor and Pollux, the twins, one mortal, one immortal. And in a period of battle, the mortal twin is killed, and the immortal twin asks Zeus to allow them to share his immortality. And the rule is that only one can be mortal while the other exists in the celestial sphere. So they must take turns. And so we liken this to our conscious, seen, earthbound self and our kind of subconscious, ether-bound, fantasy, dream self. And we will often find ourselves in one side of this narrative, kind of missing the other. So we might find ourselves very earthbound, very practical, sort of stuck in the part of the process where we are in our human form, making logical, tangible sense of the world and handling our day-to-day. And when we are over-focused here, we are then neglecting our ether self. We might feel uninspired. We might feel disconnected from magic, from the intangible, from our imaginal realm. Conversely, we may be really stuck in the imaginal realm. Maybe we're really great with the inspiration. Maybe our imagination is on point, is on fire. Maybe we're receiving lots of information from this ether space, and we're not so much tending to the day-to-day world. We are slacking on our tangible responsibilities. We are struggling to translate these ideas into practical steps we can take toward building that thing. So we tend to be stuck on either end of this equation. And so the Lovers period, in my eyes, is about figuring out where we are stuck here and taking the time to create the space to invite that lost part of ourselves back into the fold. We can see how this sort of evolves into Temperance, which is Sagittarius, where we've kind of doubled the elements here in Temperance, and we are trying to find a way to remain in flow between all four of them. So this is some of the beginning of that conversation and of that journey of balance, is where do I neglect the other functions within me that altogether allow me to feel like a whole human having, this spiritual experience, or a human embodiment of spirituality. Okay, so weaving these themes together certainly makes so much sense. And we are honing in on the part of the major arcana that is duality focused, right? So we have shifted from those stories of the Empress and the Emperor. We have shifted into this narrative of finding duality within ourselves, right? After this, we will find the Chariot, which was our card of last year. And there are dual processes in there as well. So we are in this particular corner of the major arcana that has us exploring dual functions within us and how we navigate those. So we've talked about in Strength, being stuck in one of these forms, being stuck in intellectualization and neglecting our instincts, being stuck in instincts and neglecting to think about what might be logical or necessary here. So we're absolutely finding this process here necessary of, well, wait a minute, who even is this other part of me? What am I inspired by? How do I practice that? We're thinking very like 6th house, 12th house vibes here. We're thinking very 3rd house, 9th house vibes. And of course, all of those form a grand cross. So they all have to do with how we think, and then how we practice those ideas in real time. Okay. So how we get clear on this for ourselves this season helps us gain better clarity on how we flow between these functions as well. So from here, go ahead and check out the description portion of the video. Click on your sign. You can tune in for your rising sign, which is how they are laid out. So we will talk about the transits explored in the transit portion, and we'll apply them to the places in your chart being highlighted over the season. So tune in for your rising sign. You can tune in for your sun and your moon as well. There will be relevant takeaways for all. Take what feels right. Leave behind what doesn't speak to you. Let me know what lands for you in the comments. I'll see you there. Welcome, Gemini, to your season forecast. Okay, so as we explore Gemini season, we are seeing the sun, the new moon, soon Mercury and Venus, all moving through your first house of self and how you move through the world. Towards the end of Gemini season, we will see Venus and Mercury making their way into your second house of my stuff, my values, my skills, and how I use them to make my money. We have a first quarter moon in your fourth house of home, lineage, origin story, family, chosen or biological. Did I say land? Emotional body. We see the South Node moving through your fifth house of true love, of self-expression, play, joy, and children. There's a full moon taking place in your seventh house of one-on-one relationships, be they friend, lover, business, or enemy. We've got Pluto chilling in retrograde mode in your ninth house of beliefs, higher learning, faraway travel, religion, philosophy. Okay. We've got other cultures. There we go. We have Saturn and Neptune posted up and being met by this third quarter moon in your 10th house of career, legacy, reputation, traditions. We have Mars hanging out with the North Node in your 11th house of hopes and dreams for the future, as well as friends and communities. Lastly, Mars will eventually make its way into your 12th house of endings, karma, what it all means in the end, me and my maker, mental health. A tree falls in the woods and no one's there to hear it. Was it real? We also have Mercury and Venus wrapping up their journeys there as well. Okay, we have some prompts for this season. We'll be looking at a part of myself I am returning to or making room for. We're looking at what is repaired or reframed in this process. We're looking at where this opens up a pathway I need to pursue. And finally, how I can begin this pursuit. Okay. We will be looking at the bottom of the deck to see what stories lie beneath. And how could I forget? We'll be checking in with our trusty dice here today as I bust them out of their cage. All right, and we'll check in with what other stories we need to be aware of now. All right. Without further ado. Okay. All right. One upright, three reversals, 3 of cups. Okay. Yeah. Mars is really active up there in that 11th house. All right. Yeah. So we've seen this 3 of cups show up. We had this show up in our Taurus new moon video. And it was also reversed. And we talked about maybe clearing out some friend groups, maybe removing ourselves from groups that no longer align with our values. Maybe we are returning to some friendships that have previously been put on hold or ended or put on hiatus, something of that nature. So let's see what else is here to get a sense of what this looks like. But we might be reconsidering who our friends are. We might be reconsidering who really supports us. This is an emotional card. This is cups. So who really holds space for my feelings? Who really holds space for me? Who holds space for all of the feelings, whether they're positive, whether they're difficult. Okay, so not just fair weather friends, but who are the ones who really gather around me when I need that? Okay, so a part of myself I am returning to or making room for now. Oh, okay. Kind of an interesting little piece here. I don't think we would typically think about like, oh, I'm going to go make room for the self that is feeling poor or feeling like things are scarce, who's feeling disconnected. But maybe this is a piece of ourselves that we neglect. Maybe this has to do with some of these instincts. And maybe we stay in the intellectual and we ignore what we're feeling. So maybe there's a part of us that we need to acknowledge is feeling this. Okay? Maybe there's a part of us that we neglect because we don't want to think about that scarcity mindset or the possibility of lack. Maybe we ignore our instincts around what kind of situations are going to bring us here. Maybe we ignore our instincts around where we could look outside for options to help nourish and hydrate and replenish resources that we don't have. So maybe there's some sort of disconnection here between the self that wants to feel stable and like the self that either is fearful of that stability or is trying to be mindful of how to navigate periods of instability. Okay. So again, kind of a funny thing to be reclaiming. But if this is a part of us that exists that we are blindly ignoring or that we are just hoping will go away, that's not going to happen, right? Like we're going to keep making moves based off of instincts that are suppressed or that are being ignored. So we might be trying to avoid this thing, but then keep pulling ourselves into situations where we find that thing because we're actually not acknowledging that within ourselves in the first place. Okay. What is repaired or reframed in this process? Oh, okay, totally. Yeah. So if we are in a place where we are not holding this space for our emotions, where we have not been able to really honor everything that it is that we're feeling, similar to what I described here in this 3, right? Cups are cups. It's not just that, I can hold space for my feelings when they're good feelings, and then when they're bad, I ignore them. That's not very helpful for us. That's going to leave us neglecting part of ourselves and then ignoring some of our instincts or allowing those instincts to run rampant without actually interrupting them with some cognitive interventions. Okay, here comes my therapist. So what's getting repaired is our current inability to do this. Okay, our current inability to feel grounded in such a way that we can hold space for our own emotional entities and then process them. So if we're not processing the emotions that we're feeling, then we might be running around in circles like a chicken with our heads cut off, or like in panic mode, or avoiding thinking at all costs, right? Okay. Where this opens up a pathway I need to pursue. Oh, the Queen of Cups to Empress pipeline. How can we possibly be the Empress if we cannot first be the Queen of Cups? We'll make the obvious parallel here to the water flowing, and like the waterfall needs a place to fall before it can flow. Okay, we've got a similar color palette here. I mean, even the mountains here are similar, but here is like 2 mountains, and here we have kind of like a landscape of mountains. We have a valley, if you will. Okay, so there's a clear, and no, I've never noticed this before. I love discovering new things about my deck. So there's a clear pathway here from what kind of fertility, and again, like if you've heard me describe this before, I do not literally mean that about like biological fertility, emotional fertility, like spiritual fertility, creating anything, right, requires some sort of access to these resources in order to create some sort of thing, some sort of whatever life that is. Okay, so we see the clear connections here. And I love that this is a card that represents Venus. And Venus does not rule a water sign, but Venus is exalted in a water sign. All right, Venus also experienced detriment in a water sign, so let's not discount that. And maybe that helps us understand why it's so important to move through this before we can open up this pathway, because the water and grounding this process for ourselves is what allows us to then recognize where this has the capacity to grow. Okay, so where this opens up a path we need to pursue, me holding space for and grounding all of my emotions, even if they are negative or scary or tied to experiences that trigger panic in us. Only by moving through that will we find the opening to this pathway of the Empress, where we are fully grounded in having access to everything. These are sort of antithetical cards here. This Five of Pentacles feeling like the land is all dried up and that we have nowhere to go. The Empress being everywhere. The Empress being the land itself. I own this land. Whatever that means. I am connected to, I am responsible for this land. I am this land, and I am embodying all of the creative forces that come with that. To go from this to this is huge. Okay? Absolutely. This is a major arcana card, so we're not just navigating this in this immediate season. This is something that is opening up this season. Maybe this even brings me to that beautiful Mercury-Venus conjunction we have right at the end of Gemini season, right? When Mercury and Venus both make their way into Cancer, and then they meet at 0 degrees, beginning this new cycle of communicating or thinking, Mercury, about nurturance and care, Venus. Okay, so it certainly does require, like, we can't even shift out of this mindset unless we first acknowledge it, right? Like, the first step is admitting that it's real. Otherwise, we can't actually move through it because we're not acknowledging it's happening. Okay, this is difficult to embrace. This is not a pleasant card or energy. And so it makes sense that we've kind of not been fully engaging in this process if we've been ignoring this feeling because it's hard. But so much beautiful potential here. Okay. How I can begin this pursuit. Step out of the assessment phase. Okay, Gemini, you are a thinker. You collect information. All right. Let's just note really quickly, not an error card to be found here. Okay, so we're not allowing that to dictate what's happening here. We can go ahead and guess that the overthinking things is maybe the dominant instinct here, that the day-to-day earthbound twin is where we are currently rooted and anchored and focusing. And sure, again, pentacles, yes, absolutely. But like the most difficult pentacle, right? And then this pentacle of pause. Okay, so how to pursue this pathway requires us to maybe trust the formula we have right now. Maybe put down the calculator. Like when we are here active in the 7 upright, we are assessing. We have taken a seed, we have planted it, we have experimented with how to best manifest, yield the most fruitful crop. We're trying to stick to one metaphor here. My Pisces Mercury is like 12 metaphors at once. Okay, so we've planted the seed, we've experimented with the formula, we have tilled, we have observed, and we are deciding if this is the best approach. Did this yield everything I hoped? Did this give me exactly what I wanted? Is there room for me to tweak this? Okay, so the guidance here then being maybe it's time to step out of the assessment phase and just work with what we have in this moment. All right, I'm thinking about all of these lunations happening on your angles. And we'll roll the dice in a moment to get a better sense of what else we need to know here. But Gemini, Mercury is wrapping up this period in your 12th house. But when I first upload this, it will have just moved into your 12th house. Okay, so there's still like some 3 weeks in here where Mercury is moving through your 12th house, is trying to wrap things up before entering into your first house, and as your chart ruler, like really beginning this new cycle for you. And this happens for you once a year. Okay, not everyone's chart ruler moves through their whole chart in the span of a year, so there's no wonder you're so flexible and so able to shift and reroute. Okay, so while Mercury's in this 12th house space, it's time to wrap up some things. That might really be the appropriate time to assess that this is really happening, right? Your chart ruler can't really see what's going on in the rest of your chart from the 12th house. It is in the shadows. It is, again, closing old stories. It is trying to let go of things. This is maybe the opportune time to do this. It won't really be until Mercury crosses that threshold into your first house of Gemini that you start to really feel like you can move forward with something. Maybe that's okay for this moment, right? Maybe it's time to stop trying to tinker with the formula. Either the formula is not working and it's time to scrap it, or it's what we have in this moment and we need to allow it to do its work. But staying in this place of uncertainty, staying in this place of, let me keep tweaking, let me keep testing. I'm really anxious. I will never have this chance again, might be a 5 of Pentacles attitude about where you are right now. If I mess this up or if I don't nail it perfectly, then I'm going to be screwed. I'm going to really like never be able to come back here again. Let's shift out of that, because that's absolutely connected to this. And this is what we need to be acknowledging so that we can move through it. Okay. Tying this back to this 3 of Cups. Who is supporting you in this time? Who is aware of this scarcity mentality? Who are the people who allow you to stay in a scarcity mentality, right? Who's encouraging you or otherwise neglecting you so that you stay here in this mindset? Maybe there are some unsupportive people in your space, or maybe there are some people who benefit from you remaining small in this space. If you stay here in this place of unacknowledgement with this fear, and it keeps you here in this place of never making this Queen of Cups to Empress pipeline, who benefits from that? Certainly somebody gets to, I don't want to be negative here. I usually don't go this route of like, ooh, Molly girl, you in danger. Okay, but like, who do you need to separate from though? Like, there are absolutely people out there who do, even though I don't want to acknowledge them. My little Pisces ass is like, everyone's lovely. But there really are people who definitely benefit from you staying in a scarcity mindset, because it prevents you from reaching your full potential. And maybe it helps them feel better about their scarcity mindset. Maybe they're like, now none of us is getting there. And let's all misery loves company together. Okay, so that's one maybe harsh interpretation of that energy. There might be people you feel fearful of asking for help. Maybe that's another side of it. Maybe they can be both true. Maybe it's one or the other. Maybe there's something you'll share with me in the comments that I haven't even thought of yet. But certainly recognizing again how this connects here. This is all a very personal spread, but it makes a lot of sense because this card is about asking for help. If you can't acknowledge that you need help, then you don't know who to ask for it, right? That's just how humans are, okay? So if you're in this place and you're not giving yourself emotional support, then you probably aren't asking for emotional support either. Or maybe there's some sort of blockage here. Maybe the scarcity is about asking for emotional support. Okay. Uranus. All right. All right, so that moon in your 7th house, absolutely. That full moon is kind of unobstructed. There's nothing particularly negative or threatening happening at this full moon. This full moon is ruled by Venus and Jupiter making their hot, overwhelming conjunction at 29 degrees of Taurus. So this may be a time where you actually recognize, oh, the people in my life are here to support me. They do have something to offer me, and I've turned away from them for some reason. Or perhaps I have felt exiled. Maybe I need to get straight on what this story is so that I can be close with people who can provide me with help. Pisces, all those looming planets in your 10th house staring down at you, squaring your ascendant, opposing your 4th house, telling you like you should be stronger than this. Okay, Saturn's like, I'm trying to build a legacy with you. I want to build that with you. What is blocking us there? What is feeling stuck? Let's remember that all the planets moving through Gemini are going to square that Saturn, as well as that Neptune up there in the 10th house. So that Pisces space might be really overwhelming to you right now in terms of I'm supposed to be up there and I haven't gotten up there yet and I'm stressed and I'm scared. Okay, so remembering too that those are passing squares and they're bringing up more of perhaps what we need to explore. And Uranus. Okay, so Uranus is in Taurus, hanging out in your 12th house. All the planets moving through there right now are going to meet with Uranus. Venus will do that now. Mercury will do that shortly before it moves into Gemini, right? So over the next couple of weeks, while Mercury is moving through your 12th house, it will ping Uranus. And it perhaps will surprise you. Right? I can't necessarily tell you what Uranus will bring to you, but there may be some being shaken out of some of this, having some resources mysteriously manifest, having some help appear from the beyond, all right? So I'm really curious to hear what this Uranus brings up for you, and I hope that you will let me know in the comments. Gemini, thank you so much for tuning in. If you enjoyed, please like this video. Please share it with a fellow Gemini who really needs to find the Queen of Cups to Empress pipeline, and subscribe so that we can talk more about Mars moving into Gemini, okay, clearing that 12th house space and getting a sense of what you're going to be ready to pursue. So I will see you there. Welcome, Cancer, to your Gemini season forecast. Okay, so as we are exploring Gemini season, we see the sun, the new moon, soon Mercury and Venus moving through your 12th house of endings, karma, what it all means in the end, mental health, me and my maker. If a tree falls in the woods and no one's there to hear it, did it make a sound? We'll eventually see Venus and Mercury the very end of Gemini season making their way into your first house of self and how you move through the world. We will have a first quarter moon in your 3rd house of neighborhood, siblings, peers. Oh, you have a visitor. Neighborhood, siblings, peers, the mind, how we communicate. We see the South Node moving through your 4th house of origin story, family, lineage, land, emotional body. There's a full moon in your 6th house of time, routine, health, and the body, what we are in service to. We see Pluto hanging out, retrograde status in your 8th house of shared resources, my boss, my landlord, my government, my spouse. We have Saturn and Neptune, as well as our 3rd quarter moon in your 9th house of faraway travel, other cultures, philosophy, religion, higher learning. Mars and the North Node are hanging out together in your 10th house of career, legacy, reputation, tradition. Last but certainly not least, we see Mars making ingress, as well as Mercury and Venus wrapping up their transit through your 11th house of friends and communities, as well as hopes and dreams for the future. Okay, so we have some prompts for today. A part of myself I am returning to Or, oh, I wrote retrieving. That's what I wrote. Okay. A part of myself I am retrieving or making room for. All right. As well as what is repaired or reframed in this process. We'll ask what or where this opens up a pathway I need to pursue. And lastly, how I can begin this pursuit. Okay. You can see our friendly dice here, which we will be consulting for any further messages here today. And we'll also be looking at the bottom of the deck to find out what stories lie beneath everything we have here. Okay. All right. King of Swords. We are mastering some form of information this season. We see ourselves really coming to not only understand something in itself, but understand it within the context of ourselves, understanding the systems that we are living within, maybe creating those systems this season. There's a lot going on in your 12th house right now. It would make a lot of sense to be kind of categorizing things, making sense of things, understanding how everything adds up in your world, right? Okay. And demonstrating this outwardly to someone, right? The king is someone who demonstrates this for others to follow or to at least take inspiration from. Let's see what else we have happening here. Okay, so a part of myself I am retrieving or making room for. Oh, the part of me that can walk away from conflict. Okay. Whoo, right out the gate, Cancer. All right. So maybe you've been embroiled in a lot of conflict lately. Maybe you've been trying to figure out a way around something you've been just colliding into again and again. Maybe there's been a singular struggle that you have been trying to tackle from different angles, and it's just like, I can't. Maybe you've been resisting conflict altogether. Okay, let's go back to and acknowledge that South Node moving through your 4th house of origin story and family and lineage. Maybe there's been a lot of conflict in your early life, your childhood years. Maybe you were always subjected to conflict. I doubt as a child you were the one really creating it, because even if you were, that's a reflection of the environment that you were in. Okay, so maybe there's been a really hard journey around the kind of fighting that goes nowhere, the kind of fighting that has no resolution or answer, no closure, all right? And maybe you've been stuck in a place of bearing that weight, of wanting or craving a different form of connection and just being stuck with this. And so the part of you might be making space for or reclaiming now is the part of you that figures out what I cannot continue to fight for, and therefore where that creates room for me to walk away, as well as like what I preserve when I do that. What part of myself has been stuck in conflict? What part of myself has known no other way around or through conflict? What am I wrapping up here? What am I taking space from? What am I making peace with? Maybe you beat yourself up. Maybe that's a separate process or part of the process of the larger, broader conflict narrative. Maybe it's about you and yourself. Maybe you've internalized a lot of conflict that you've been exposed to. Okay. Somehow, some version of this, we are figuring out that we can take a step back. We are figuring out that fighting doesn't have to be the answer, that there are other ways to conceptualize, think about, present things. Okay, what else is here? What is repaired or reframed in this process? Oh man, yeah, okay. We got to undo some of the harm with you, because absolutely, you may have an inability to celebrate what you work for, You may have an inability to take inventory of everything that you have gained because you've been in this state of conflict, because you've been in fight or flight or fawn or freeze, because you've just been surviving, right? Just trying to hold on to whatever you have, not being able to actually see how much you've acquired, not being able to see how much you have actually accomplished. Maybe there's even a repair happening between yourself and your ability to build for you. If there's been so much fighting and it's involved other people and you've been sacrificing parts of yourself, or you've not been putting in to you what you've been putting into others in some way, then maybe that's what's repaired. This capacity to work hard for yourself, to have good things. So maybe you're already doing this work. Maybe you've been held back from proving to yourself what you're capable of because of conflict. But there is absolutely some repair or some reframing happening around what it is that I have worked for, right? This isn't the 10 that we're sharing with other people. This is the 9. This is me thinking about that second house, thinking about my stuff, my values. I know that that's in whole sign Leo, and we won't have things moving through there until July. So maybe there are, but where's your sun at? Where's your sun, boo? Depending on what the story is with your sun, maybe your sun is someplace embroiled in all this conflict, right? What if you have a sun in Libra that is with that south node right now? Maybe that whole identity, sun in Libra in the 4th, has been shaped around balancing other people's conflict, and you haven't actually gotten a sense of what your value is. That is sun in fall, for example, right? So that second house feels weak because we haven't actually gotten a sense of what our value is. And maybe that's time. Okay. Where this opens up a pathway I need to pursue. Okay. Let's talk about these kings. We have a king upright. We have a king reversed. Perhaps all of this being in the 5 of Swords, all of this pain, all of this guardedness, right? All of these knives, maybe they have blocked our ability to really develop emotional strength. Maybe we've been all logic, and maybe we've had no heart. Really seeing the through line to both of these cards here. Absolutely. I mean, of course, I designed the spread to do that, but it's nice to see it showing up in the way I intended. If we've been in a state of fight or flight or freeze or fawn, and we can't feel grounded in what we have for ourselves, then what is the story about who holds space for us emotionally in an unconditional way? I think of King of Cups as like, here's my therapist showing, like Carl Rogers energy, like unconditional human regard, like unconditional positive regard, right? If we grew up in a house of conflict, or we are otherwise trained to anticipate, again, fight, flight, freeze, fawn states, it keeps us disembodied and disconnected from what we have acquired. And it also tells us that perhaps no one was really there holding space for our emotions. This is a battleground, quite literally, right? Almost kind of looks like a graveyard. Where did your emotions go to die? That's a really bleak, harsh question. But Cancer, your feelings are deeply vital to you, okay? You are driven by emotion. If you were not shown this unconditional positive regard at a young age, South Node moving through your 4th, if your family, whoever raised you, your parents, your caregivers, whoever was responsible for you, if there was not a demonstration of emotional maturity present, then how could you give that to yourself? Then how can you give that to other people? Okay. So this pathway that you need to pursue now is absolutely one of the King of Cups. A journey to the King of Cups. A journey to understanding where this was not present in your life. Now, Taylor, you might ask. Can you spin this a different way for me? Because that's not landing. Okay. Maybe you've been the emotional rock for everyone to a capacity that has drained you. Okay. I could still make I could still make a connection back to this of like, if you were embroiled in conflict and you were the one keeping the peace, Libra 4th house, then sure, perhaps you were forced to perform this emotional labor for everyone else. But it still begs the question, like, this is not a pathway to an upright King of Cups. Okay. The pathway, this opens up a pathway I need to pursue. Ah, yes. Great. Let me naturally find my way toward mastering emotions. Okay. Like, something about this was off. So if you were the one playing the emotionally mature one before anyone was doing that for you, or when no one else is doing that for you now, that's still a problem, right? So we need to correct, or at least address, pursue this pathway of where this imbalance exists. And let's go ahead and Gemini this and say that as above, so below. If I'm the only one being the emotionally mature one, that still means that no one did that for me. That still means that I'm not doing this in a way that feels good. Okay. So upright, this is supposed to feel good. This is supposed to feel like I'm grounded, I'm crystallized. Therefore, I fear no emotion because it will not change me. I will remain solid no matter what is happening. Okay, that's supposed to feel good. So even if you're the one stepping out of this role right now, that's not a permanent journey, Cancer, for you. All right, emotional king. All right, so there's some rerouting here that wants to happen around how to make this feel better. Okay, how I can begin this pursuit. It's time to come out of hiding. Now, fascinating that we're talking about so many planets in your 12th house, which is absolutely a place of Four of Swords retreat or withdrawal. And yet, again, balance. So let's think about where that's not helping you. Let's think about where you've been too protected, too guarded, too closed off. It's time to step out of, like, this gives me the feeling of hiding, okay? So those 12th house transits are not for hiding. They're not for becoming reclusive. They're for processing, right? They're for getting in touch with ourselves and how those things have impacted us and making sense of what we need moving forward and what we can wrap up and let go of. And perhaps all of this has been causing you to hide in here. And perhaps over the course of this season, it's important for you to figure out what this balance needs to look like. I can see these two working in tandem. I'm out here holding space for other people. That's overwhelming. I'm in here hiding from other people so that no one needs me. I'm in here hiding from other people so that no one takes that from me. Because guess what? If I'm not getting it back, then this is empty, right? I'll use the expression like pouring from an empty cup, even though that's not necessarily how I conceptualize like caring for others. I don't know that pouring should be happening at all, but that's another conversation. But if you've been pouring from this cup and no one's replenishing it for you, then of course you're hiding out. Of course you are locking yourself in this room to avoid this. I don't want to go back there. So I'm giving everything I have emotionally, but I don't have anything emotionally, it turns out, and so I'm hiding to avoid this. Okay, so getting clear on this King of Swords then. Perhaps you are coming to a critical culmination point of understanding all of this. Understanding the cycles here for you, right? Because our experiences are cyclical. And we'll go through a period where this feels fine for a while, and then all of a sudden something is not fine, and then we set off these chain of events, right? All the while never getting to tap into this. Either trapped in one of these states or very uncomfortable with flow between these states, which absolutely then shows us something out of sorts here? Is everything intellectual and nothing's been in your gut? Have you been avoiding your body? Okay, have you been, is there a story there that we need to understand? Absolutely, right? But this shows me that we have been avoiding that understanding for fear of kind of setting off this whole cycle. And the only way this cycle ends is if we actually make room for what this looks like. Okay, so I feel like that's all happening here, and this all certainly does make me think about your 12th house. Let's roll our dice and see what else is there. Okay. Okay. I've been thinking about this full moon in your 6th house. Do you have planets there? Do you have planets in your 6th house, Sagittarius? Right? So if there are planets there, if planets there rule something important in your chart, then we absolutely see another story about inequality. The 6th house is what we are in service to. It is who we are in service to. It is who we have unequal relationships with. You might see your kind of coworkers in this space because you all work for the same boss, and so you are all on the same kind of tier of inequality. You are all in the same group of people who is below the boss, right? Okay, so still unequal, still showing a hierarchy there. So this full moon might be highlighting some themes about whether you have planets there or not. A moon in your 6th house is surely prone to highlight to you where you experience relational inequality, right? The moon is your chart ruler. The moon shows you how you show up for others. Are you showing up from a place of being unequal to people? Who told you that? Who taught you that? How did you get there? How does that impede your ability to recognize what you have ownership of, right? Back to that 2nd house, shifting out of the 6th house into the 2nd house of what I have and not what I'm bound to give others. Okay. So pay attention to that full moon. Pay attention to what shows up there. If you have planets there, tell me in the comments. I want to hear about it. We can talk more specifically about what, I mean, like, so for example, if your Saturn's there in the 6th house, that Saturn in your 6th house rules your 7th house. So there's automatically a link there between being unequal in a space of trying to be equal. The 7th house is where we have equal relationships. But if the planet ruler, if that Saturn is in that 6th house, you may have a feeling that going into all of your one-on-one relationships, you are already less than. We got to talk about that. We got to get clear on that. Let's look at Mars and Aries. Mars is in Aries right now, ruling your 10th house of Aries and the North Node. So there is some push you are making toward maybe creating a new tradition. Aries is the initiator and the first sign. So when we talk about the 10th house and traditions, Cancer, you might be the one who is actually creating new traditions, right? Especially with the North Node there, which is like, new experiences. Especially if this is your nodal return, right? And the North Node's there right now. So there is some push to create a new legacy, which tells me that we're shedding this old story and we're stepping into something new. Perhaps we are the first in our family. Perhaps we are the first of a generation to be tackling some family dynamics that have conditioned you to be this way, that you are ready to be done with. Okay. Cancer, thank you so much for tuning in. If you enjoyed this, please like this video. Please share with a fellow Cancer who is on the precipice of this breakthrough. And subscribe so that we can talk about your season coming next. We can talk about what clarity you're stepping into as the sun crosses into your 1st house. Mercury and Venus are there together as well, starting a brand new beautiful cycle for you in your 1st house. So subscribe so we can talk about that next month. And I will see you there. Welcome, Leo, to your Gemini season forecast. So, as we explore Gemini season, we are seeing the sun, the new moon, soon Mercury and Venus in your 11th house of hopes and dreams for the future, as well as friends and communities. we could see grandchildren here also. And acquaintances. Okay. And eventually, at the very end of the season, Venus and Mercury will move into and meet in your 12th house of endings, of karma, of me and my maker, of mental health. I've been saying if a tree falls in the woods and no one's there to hear it, did it make a sound? Okay. There's a first quarter moon happening in your second house of my stuff, my values, my skills, and how I use them to make my money. The South Node is moving through your third house of peers, siblings, neighbors, and neighborhood. The mind, how we communicate. There's a full moon in your fifth house of self-expression, joy, play, children, true love. Pluto is hanging out retrograde in your seventh house of one-on-one relationships, be they friend, lover, business partner, or enemy. Saturn and Neptune have been posted up and are joined by the third quarter moon in your eighth house of shared resources, my boss, my government, my spouse, my psychology, my ancestors. Mars has been meeting up with the North Node in your ninth house of faraway travels, other cultures, religion, philosophy, higher learning. Last but not least, Mars will be making its way into your 10th house, where Mercury and Venus have been, of career, legacy, reputation, tradition. Okay, so we have prompts for today as we explore the Lovers in Strength. A part of myself I am retrieving or making room for, and what is repaired or reframed in this process. Where this opens up a pathway I need to pursue, and how I can begin this pursuit. Okay, so we will look at the bottom of the deck to see what stories lie beneath all of this, and we'll roll the dice to know what else we need to know. Okay. All right, well, everyone's upright for you, Leo, except for death. All right, super casual. Okay, so what is death showing us reversed? Well, I imagine that this process calls to us in ways that we can embrace, kind of willingly / willfully. May also call to us in a way that we are not yet ready to answer. Maybe we recognize, sense in some way, somehow in this instinctual space, what this will demand of us if we surrender to it. And perhaps that is something that is even like unconsciously preventing us from acknowledging that this is here, or that this is calling to us. Okay, and I'm looking at Venus and Mercury having this beautiful conjunction in Cancer, your 12th house, at 0 degrees at the end of this season, and thinking about how that is some sort of blessing or like new cycle beginning in that space that is most unseen, right? That is most tucked away, that is in some ways maybe like a hanged one experience, or like chrysalis vibes, that kind of process of really needing to be undone, right, in order to be rebuilt, in the capacity that we are meant to be moving through space and time right now. Not to get too philosophical on you as Mars moves through your 9th house of philosophy. Okay, so let's see what is contributing to us maybe being unaware of or being unready to see what this wants us to be kind of stepping through and shedding in some way. All right. A part of myself I am retrieving or making room for. Oh, that feels very 9th house too. Okay. And perhaps that is part of what the North Node is calling you to experience or recognize or give something for, allowance for, perhaps. Okay, so a part of myself I'm retrieving or making room for is this part of me that is like never-endingly curious or never-endingly motivated to pursue something meaningful, something important to the self, something that helps you learn about yourself, something that helps you live this ongoing chaotic existence that is being a human in this world. And there's something almost like major arcana to this being here in this placement, like in this prompt in particular. Because it's not just, all right, like hang in there, buds, like, we're almost there vibes, which is what a lot of 9 of Wands can show up as for people, or tends to be an assumption, right? There is certainly like a more life lesson theme to it. And it is leading up to the 10 of Wands, which is also like a life lesson story, which is that the fire doesn't go out until we do. Like, I think the other suits represent situations, and situations end, but like themes of our lives or like core parts of us don't end necessarily. They evolve, etc. There's something very bigger than bigger than other 9s maybe in the Swans. Okay, so absolutely makes sense zooming out in that way, philosophically, waxing poetic, because of Mars and the North Node moving through your 9th house, calling you to explore what that looks like for you. Is there a piece of yourself that you left along the road somewhere here on this road trip we call life? Is there some piece of you that has been forgotten in this sort of journey and what you're making meaning out of at this time in your life, right? What are your beliefs right now, and how are you igniting them? How are you defending them? How are you discovering them, right? Okay, so what is repaired or reframed in this process? This is almost feels like a softer placement of this card too. This feels like, typically this is kind of like a reaction to something. We've been pushed to this place of becoming the Queen of Swords. I don't feel like it's often a journey we just decide we want to hop onto one day. Like, hey, I'm kind of bored. I think maybe I need to like hyper protect my mental faculties right now and go through a journey of strengthening my mental enclosement, or like enclosure, or like my magic needs some sort of protective barrier, right? In order for me to kind of do what I'm trying to do. And so we often don't just find ourselves choosing that for ourselves, unless we've been brought into situations or spaces in which that is brought to our attention and made known to us as necessary. So it's a little bit softer perhaps to see it as something that's being repaired or reframed. Perhaps there have been protections put in place because of some experience here along the road that took that part of you away that we talked about being sort of stranded on the side of the road somewhere back here. Maybe these have been put in place because of some shift in our philosophy at some point that pulled us into a place of needing to be more guarded. There we go. And so something here is, maybe these boundaries were in place and they've been compromised because of something happening along this road trip. So let's see what else is kind of informing that. Where this opens up a pathway I need to pursue. Just before I started filming this, I thought about where we might see the 10 arrive. And okay, definitely understanding more about this death card. Okay, so a pathway I need to pursue. Well, before I get to assuming that the pathway itself is the 10, let me think about the question specifically, which is that where it opens up a pathway. Okay, so repairing these boundaries, perhaps in itself, ends something, all right? It feels like this is the event that opens the pathway. Not, and I don't, immediately I'm like, am I trying to sugarcoat this? Because this still has to happen for the pathway to open, even if this isn't the pathway itself. So I want to be like, let's be real. This is showing up regardless of what is happening beyond it, right? So let's be in this moment. Let's absolutely acknowledge this and sit with this. And everything around here is leading me to think that you are ultimately like really going through this reclaiming process that we've been talking about. Like, there's a mortal you and an immortal you, and some core function here has been misaligned. I mean, let's remember that Mercury ruling this season did just come out of retrograde, and so there's still a lot to kind of implement and put into place here and put into practice. And so like figuring out what remains stuck or out of place is perhaps still a process that's happening and unfolding right now. So everything here feels like this big coming home to the self, right? Like the sun is ultimately, if you're a Leo rising here, or even a Leo sun, right? Like the sun is connected to how you move through things. So whatever the sun is opening up right now, whatever sense is like being repaired, is bringing you home to yourself, is you seeing yourself more clearly. And when that happens, and we do put boundaries into place that need to be functioning in order for us to maintain that wellness for ourselves, that function, that relationship, something does have to change, for better or for worse. And the 10 is relatively swift in its dealings, and that might be a blessing here, especially if I am maybe like trying to Pisces this for you and say like, oh, this is just the thing that happens before the pathway opens, and so like don't worry about it. You know, it's certainly there, but absolutely like the light is starting to rise, and that's literally the sun coming up, and you are a Leo, and etc. So okay, how I can begin this pursuit. Let's see what we got here. Well, this is lovely. I was kind of wondering, like, is the deck gonna punk us today? But no, there's no joke here. This is really lovely. This certainly does help ease into these processes that need to unfold. And so I certainly see like a little bit more about this death card being reversed, a little bit more about what resistance or what fear might be holding us in a place of being stuck or like in a holding place, a holding pattern, and something absolutely needing to be surrendered, right? And maybe that thing doesn't need to be big, but the Death card is certainly a major arcana card. And so there is certainly, and I did feel like this was really telling a bigger story than just a suit, like a minor, you know? And so there is some sort of big situation here. So it's time to map out what you want that to look like. And I love this as a kind of a callback to the Nine of Wands. It's like, oh, I'm retrieving this part of myself. I'm remembering what keeps me going and moving and like driving and motivated. And let me kind of go back to the drawing board, literally. Let me go back to my vision board. Let me go back to my map, whatever that looks like for me, and think about what I want what I want those destinations to be, what I want the stops along the way to look like. That's kind of a nice juxtaposition to like the zooming out that Mars is doing in your 9th house, and like the North Node is calling you to kind of get clear on. This too is kind of like, here are some baby steps to think about. Like, where do I want to get these snacks? If you've heard me talk about the Nine of Wands, I always talk about like, I'm on this road trip and I need snacks. Do I have what I need to get where I'm trying to go? So like, where do I want to stop to get snacks? What kind of snacks do I want? What kind of like scenery do I want to be looking at as I'm driving along this road? Maybe there's some questions there about like, am I seeing those things that I'm saying I want to see along this pathway? Am I seeing them now? Are they in the room with us now? No, but seriously, like, if there are things you identify that you want to be experiencing on the day-to-day level of your life, on like the ground level of your experiences, we're in a 2 here, and you're thinking about the big picture and you're not sure because, you know, the big picture could look like so many things zoomed out from here, this is what's going to call you to get clear on like what needs to end and like what boundaries need to be set or repaired or reframed, right? So, okay, certainly understanding where that's like reclaiming you, right? That's like me remembering what I'm here to do and like see and be and experience. And maybe I've been in my head a lot about it, but I haven't actually been living it in my body, in my day-to-day life. Maybe I'm experiencing some frustration around how to make that happen. And I get that. I absolutely get that. And I want to say, I don't think you have to focus on that. Like, this isn't the 3 where it's like, let's get going, like pack your bags. The 2 is just picking out the destinations on the map, like quite literally saying like, where do I, and it doesn't need to be like 10-year plan stuff either. Really just thinking about, what do I want to be feeling and experiencing? Wands, right? Like wand status. What do I want my life to be driven by? What keeps me motivated? What keeps me like here and playing this game on this planet? Let me make sure that I'm identifying those things to help me feel better about this life on this earth. Do you know what I'm saying? Like your life force energy, like you need to know what that looks like. And from there, it gets much easier to see where you're out of line with that within yourself and where your external situations are not providing those needed experiences or that you're not pursuing them. Strength, instincts, right? Wow. Sorry. Okay, let's look at our roll. We've got Jupiter, we've got Pisces, we've got 3. I was thinking about your 3rd house. That is where the South Node is. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. We're about to get, to get a little bit ahead of us. We are going to have, during the Cancer season period, a series of squares to those nodes, including Venus, who is ruling the South Node right now. It'll be a while until Mars gets there, and actually that's going to be where Mars is in its retrograde shadow, so let's save that for later. We are about to embark upon a period of choice, whatever that, in quotations for the captions here, whatever that looks like for us in our present being. And the South Node in your third house of the mind and how we communicate is wanting to release something and choose something different. It's going to be interesting for you to experience that. And that brings me back to that conjunction I talked about between Venus and Mercury at the very end of this season, because that's all going to be in your 12th house of endings. And you're not going to be tuned into that unless you consciously choose to make an effort to take space away from something in order to give your attention to that process of endings in your 12th house. Okay, so how you think about things, how you communicate those things to your peers, your siblings, within your neighborhood and immediate environment. Those are all things you are releasing at this time. We still have the South Node here until January. So there are still several lessons left and several crossroads before us, including these Cancer ones. So for the time being, for this moment, you are perhaps recognizing where you stand here in this process of like, I'm not going to lean into it. I don't want to go in there. But like that 12th house stuff is coming for you anyway. And it would probably be, I mean, and I don't mean that in a bad way. Again, that conjunction is really beautiful, okay? And I want you to pay attention to it because I think it's a really beautiful opportunity for you to reinforce yourself within yourself and find the like courage, peace, grace within yourself to be like, I can surrender the things that do not line up with what this looks like. Okay, Jupiter and Pisces. I say that because Pisces is being ruled by Jupiter, right? So Saturn, Neptune, third quarter moon, all in your 8th house of Pisces. And that is also a house of endings, okay? Transformations, that's a very like death house, truly. So again, reinforcing that these things are happening, and that might be what that third quarter moon is about, asking you to release something within that space, or even just hold the space for the feelings that come up as you grapple with that. And Jupiter, then, in Taurus, hanging out in your 10th house still, right? Okay, so about to make its way into your 11th house. And so Jupiter is finishing up this tour of what legacy you want to leave behind, what traditions are important to you, what like work you are known for, and you know what your reputation is. And that's absolutely, you know, a really important point, Leo, I think. And I don't even mean that in like a silly way. I just mean that you are very proud of who you are. That's some of this Nine of Wands, this like fire in here, and this self that you're reclaiming, and what drives your instincts is that you have absolutely like a beautiful sense of pride when you are in a healthy place with your boundaries and your life force energy. And perhaps that sense of pride gets put into question when you are participating in things that are not supporting this best sense of wellness. Okay, so Jupiter is kind of, ruling these things still until moving into Gemini, but absolutely then moving into your 11th house of, I want to be recognized for what feels good to me, right? So that's going to come into play, and that's something you're going to need to consider as we think about this 10 of Swords. Absolutely. All right, thank you so much, Leo, for watching. If you enjoyed this, please like this video. Please share with another Leo who needs to remember their purest sense of pride. Please subscribe so that we can talk about Cancer season and all those squares that are going to be happening from your 12th house that I really want you to pay attention to, because they can be really like mind opening and freeing. Okay, so I hope to see you there. Welcome, Virgo, to your Gemini season forecast. As we explore Gemini season, we are seeing the Sun, the new moon, soon Mercury, Venus, and Jupiter all hanging out in your 10th house of career, legacy, reputation, traditions. Eventually, Venus and Mercury will move into your 11th house of hopes and dreams for the future, as well as friendships and communities. There's a first quarter moon in your first house of self and how you move through the world. The South Node has been moving through your second house of my stuff, my values, my skills, and how I use them to make my money. We see a full moon in your fourth house of home, family, origin, lineage, land, emotional body. Pluto, meanwhile, has been hanging out, newly retrograde, in your sixth house of time, routine, health, the body, what we are in service to. Saturn and Neptune have been posted up and will be joined by a third quarter moon in your seventh house of one-on-one relationships, be they friend, lover, business partner, or enemy. Mars in the North Node has been moving through your eighth house of shared resources, my boss, my government, my spouse, my ancestors, my psychology. Last but not least, we see Mars making ingress, as well as Mercury, Venus, and Jupiter finishing up their journey through your ninth house of higher learning, beliefs, philosophy, religion, other cultures, faraway travel. Okay, we have some prompts for today. We'll be looking at a part of myself I am retrieving or making room for, as well as what is repaired or reframed in this process. We'll look at where this opens up a pathway I need to pursue, as well as how I can begin this pursuit. Okay, so we will look at the bottom of the, I almost said dice. We'll look at the bottom of the deck to see what stories lie beneath all this, and we'll roll our dice to see what else we need to know. Okay, let's do it. Okay, there we go. All right, we're all reversed, Virgo. Foiled. But what a fun new adventure that you are checking out or preparing to leap into this season. Okay, there's a lot of activity happening in your 10th house. There's a lot of maybe new opportunity showing up for you in some capacity. There's a first quarter moon in your first house, so you might see yourself as being ruled by Mercury at home in Gemini. So you might see yourself making moves in some way, or jumping into adventures that you maybe never even imagined. Okay, never even imagined. Let's find out. All right, a part of myself I am retrieving or making room for. Oh, okay. I love that this is like reversed already, and it's kind of like maybe I'm calling back my gestures toward others. That's my first thought there. Okay, so a part of myself I'm retrieving or making room for. There's certainly just like there's kind of like a double emphasis of this, and I'm trying to figure out if there is some sort of like double negative interpretation of this. Okay, let me go with what's coming up first and we'll move from there. So, all right, I am seeing this initially as like I'm taking these gestures that I typically make externally or like outwardly towards other people, and I'm thinking about what it is to bring them home to myself. Okay, and maybe that's some of the full moon happening in your fourth house, right? Maybe that's some of the, and that's being ruled by Jupiter. That's at the dippy toe end of Taurus rather, and it's being met by Venus, right? And Venus is moving into Gemini, and Jupiter will do the same in just 2 days following this full moon. And so maybe there is something within your emotional body that you are becoming more attuned to, or that you are used to extending outward to other people, and you're sort of starting to figure out what it looks like to do those things for yourself, or to give yourself some of those gestures, to be kind to yourself, if you can even imagine, Virgo. Like, are you thinking about doing nice things for yourself? That would be really awesome. Okay, so like what would another interpretation of this be? Typically I say something like you know, in reverse, this could be I'm a little selfish, or I'm withholding. And maybe that is something you need to recall for yourself. Maybe you need to retrieve the part of you that is withholding. I don't know. You tell me in the comments like what that means to you. With all these planets in your 10th house, is it time to like chill a bit and like maybe say less about your like who you are, or share less about your emotions, or be less emotionally demonstrative? I don't know. That's, you know, like, listen, as a Pisces stellium, I'm like, what? And like, maybe that's absolutely an appropriate thing right now. Maybe there is some need to kind of be more withholding about what you feel. Okay. Or you are reclaiming your right to do so. Maybe you've had to be really demonstrative about how you feel, and now you are allowed to kind of like rein that back in. Rein that back in, horsey. Okay. Stepping out of a role of being like overly giving, perhaps. Maybe you're retrieving the part of yourself that like needed to do that. Maybe there was something that you were like stuck in trying to accomplish and you needed to do that, and now you can put that away. Okay. Let's see what else is here. What is repaired or reframed in this process? Okay. So either we are repairing our need to fight, like we are sort of reframing, like, do I need to be showing up with all of this? That could certainly be like a Sag full moon in your 4th house. Like, oh, reflecting on like, do I need to have all this out here like this? Do I need to be out here like, rah? Okay, so maybe there's been an overextended influence here of like battle energy, warrior energy. Maybe this is some of what you're exploring with Mars and the North Node in your 8th house of my psychology, or my ancestors, or your ancestors' warriors. Okay, so like maybe there's something that you are like repairing your relationship to this fight. Are you very defensive? Are you like quick to burn other people when you sense a threat of danger, whether it's real or perceived? I see some instincts happening here. Okay. Are we like a little bit out of balance with when we cry and when we fight, for example, or when we extend compassion or empathy and when we are aflame? Okay. Is this repairing a lack of fight? Has there been a loss of spirit in you, a lack of drive, not feeling motivated, not feeling like you have something to show up for, not feeling like you have that fight in you, right? Like just like the general life fight, like I'm a contender. Like are you repairing or reframing what it looks like for you to stand up for something, to tap into that sense of fire within you? Also, some more things we are maybe realizing have been lost in the ether, or we've been tuning out of our instincts in that way. Maybe we've been focusing on intellect and we haven't been allowing our instincts to be what they need to be. Okay. Where this opens up a pathway I need to pursue. Okay. Well, there's many wands happening here, and this sounds like it opens up where you've maybe been holding back. The Knight of Wands upright can be in a rush, or can be reckless with how quickly it shoots out, and like how quickly it is like, yeah, I'm gonna get in your face, or like, yeah, I said it. Okay. Knight of Wands can be very, yeah, I said it energy. But reverse, this feels like, and if there's a pathway that you need to pursue, it seems that kind of next to this 5 of Wands, there's maybe a story here about some force that's been suppressed. Is there something you need to be, and like, look, there's like 2 knights, right? Like the knights are trying to act. Have we been acting emotionally, but we've really been wanting to act passionately? Have we been extending ourselves through these sort of like emotional gestures, but really we want to be leading or teaching or guiding? You know, what is kind of out of balance here? Let's continue the other possibility here. That could be maybe you've had so much fight in you, and the pathway you need to take is learning when to temper that fight. Okay, so maybe you've had, and like, let's not judge. Let's shift out of judgment, because if we are in fight mode, we've had to be in fight mode. Okay, there are not a lot of us, can't speak for everyone. There are not a lot of us who choose fight mode, like who just want a default fight mode. Like, who actually wants that? Do you know what I mean? Like, Virgo, you've got other things to be doing. Like, you have better things to be doing than to just be in fight mode. So it's rare to just voluntarily take on fight mode. If we're in fight mode, we've had to be in fight mode. We've been put into fight mode. We have needed to defend ourselves, okay? Probably at a baby age. Let's remember that Chiron is also hanging out in Aries with Mars and the North Node. And Mars is meeting Chiron, right? Okay. Maybe you're having a transformative experience in some capacity where you are healing some wounds about your own baby defenses, and you are recognizing where there's an ability to transform those in some way. Okay, so whether we are tempering the fire, whether we are trying to reignite the fire, there is some journey here about what our life force looks like, how it's expressed, and reviewing or taking a new pathway about that expression. Okay. Definitely makes a lot of sense here. No matter what, like, we've got two sides, right? We've got fire went out, up here stuck in the ether. We've got fire's been stuck on. We've got down here on the ground, right? Intellect, fire. Okay. How I can begin this pursuit? Well, it is Wand City up in here. So interesting with all the planets moving through your 10th house, because I would typically say, you know, the Six of Wands upright is like, everyone celebrate me, like I did a good, and I am awesome, and everyone look over here. And the Six of Wands can be maybe like, maybe shift out of pridefulness, if that's, I mean, you do have a Leo 12th house. Your pride is something that might not often be seen by other people, and that is for better or for worse, as is everything. So it is more of a private, perhaps, celebration or experience. It's interesting to think about the six being like, maybe put that away. Stop being so prideful. But I think of it also as celebrate yourself. Which is interesting. Often when we are in fight mode, there is something we are experiencing where maybe we don't feel heard or acknowledged or celebrated or shown that in a demonstrable, tangible way. We often feel ignored or neglected, or even worse, like shamed or punished for being baby, for doing cute, for many things, it seems. I'm wondering if there's a less like somber interpretation of this. I really do think maybe on a fundamental level there is some sense of like, turn inward and consider your accomplishments. Okay, yeah. There doesn't necessarily need to be like a level of what everything else that we just discussed. There can maybe more simply be taking inventory of what all that you have like fought for and accomplished and expressed, and whether that is, again, on the side of I've been stuck with no fire, and reviewing what you've accomplished, giving yourself this sense of celebration and visibility is a way to help reignite that fire, right? And if it's the opposite, if it's that we are learning to temper a fire that's been riding on high for a while, then there is something also about celebrating ourselves, giving ourselves that attention, that affection that we may have been missing from someone else, or that we may have been fighting for, right? There's still that same capacity to give that to ourselves. And maybe that sounds corny. Virgo, you're not above it though, because you do know that what you experience for yourself is just as good, if not better, than what you experience with or from another. You know that there's just as much value in what you contain within yourself as you do what you share with others, right? Maybe that's some of what Pluto is up to in your 6th house. Maybe that's some of what you are learning to differentiate between with the North Node and Mars in your 8th house. Okay. I love that all of this sets you on this major arcana journey. It's helpful to see some kind of on the ground energies this season for you, and to kind of know that the big picture stuff is maybe beyond this season. So you are moving through the steps of this here on the ground now. And perhaps unbeknownst to you, there is some bigger picture kind of new chapter that you are opening up to. And again, maybe that new chapter has opened for you. Maybe you are aware of it or becoming aware of it as this season begins. And maybe you can see how it connects. It's still nice to see that there's something kind of a larger story arc unfolding here, or unfolding beginning here, and that there's also some things you are actively reviewing, rewriting in classic Virgo fashion. Okay, let's roll our dice here, get a sense of what else is significant. Okay, yeah. Kind of fun to talk about Neptune, that nebulous creature kind of lurking in the background, right? It moves so slowly that we rarely talk about Neptune. Its moves are done to it, really, rather than it doing much to anything else. And it's just such a reverberating confusion that we often don't really know how to translate it, which is sort of the purpose of it. Some of it is non-translatable. But we did talk about how there will be many significant aspects to Neptune over the course of this season. We will have Mercury and Venus squaring Neptune within hours of each other, really, before shifting into Cancer. We will have the Sun then just a couple days later come through and make that same square. Everything that happens with the squares to Saturn, also in Pisces, are also kind of infused with some of that Neptunian energy because they are living together in the same space. And they will be meeting in 2026 at 0 degrees of Aries, which means that Saturn will be alongside Neptune for the rest of its journey in Pisces. So it's just getting closer and closer to this entity and sort of merging into the fog with it. So we have a lot of this energy present. It's also significant to note, again, that Neptune is now lurching at the 29th degree of Pisces, which is like the teetering edge of the zodiac. So we are kind of extra vulnerable to that energy because it is such an extreme critical degree. We may be driven to some of our best ideas here, our purest forms of hope. We might be victim to some of our most potent delusions. Okay, so Neptune has been hanging out in your 7th house for like 12 years. All of these aspects are showing sort of what the end of this journey is going to be looking like, right? We will have just a couple more years of Neptune here, so we'll have a couple more passes of the planets through this point. But we are starting to see what the end looks like. We are starting to get the idea of how the narrative is going to, that's what's necessary. Okay, got it. Oh, in this big epic that I've been on, here's the meaning that I'm starting to make from it, and here's maybe what sacrifices will be necessary of me. It's very Neptune theme. Here's what sense of delusion maybe I'll never be able to shed because it's just part of who I am. And here's what I have hope in and believe in. And here's the illusions that I've gotten much clearer on. Okay. So all of that happening, all of the planets up in your 10th house of career, legacy, reputation, traditions, squaring that planet in your 7th house of one-on-one relationships might have your relationships between your people and what you have been accomplishing thus far kind of transforming in some deeply unknown, deeply spiritual, deeply creative, uncertain ways. Okay. And it's maybe fruitful to pay attention to that and get a sense of what is manifesting from those aspects that are happening as they do. Seeing what you're able to translate from that. Shifting to your 9th house. Thinking about how Mars will be there soon, and Mercury, Venus, and Jupiter are all wrapping up there. Mercury is your chart ruler. So it is currently in your 9th house, maybe getting clear on where you want to go next, right? What you're fighting for, and what beliefs, like what values, what beliefs do you ascribe to at this time? Where are those changing perhaps? Okay. And Scorpio, thinking about that 3rd house, and there's like nothing happening there right now, but Mars is ruling it from your 8th house, and it can't see it. But there is perhaps some transformation in the 8th house happening that is shifting how you think about things in that 3rd house, or how you communicate those things. And that certainly aligns with this narrative here about what this fire looks like and how you express it. Okay, Virgo, thank you so much for tuning in. If you enjoyed this, please like this video. Please share with a fellow Virgo who is ready to realign their sense of fire, and subscribe so we can talk about that beautiful Venus and Mercury conjunction in that 11th house and what the sun is going to be highlighting there next season. So I hope to see you there. Welcome, Libra, to your Gemini season forecast. As we explore Gemini season, we see the sun, the new moon, soon Mercury, Venus, and Jupiter all hanging out in your 9th house of faraway travel, other cultures, religion, philosophy, higher learning, making meaning. Okay. We will eventually see Mercury and Venus move into and meet up in your 10th house of legacy, career, reputation, traditions. There's a first quarter moon in your 12th house of endings, karma, what it all means in the end, me and my maker, my mental health. Okay. We have we see the south node, rather, in your 1st house of self and how you move through the world. We have a full moon in your 3rd house of my mind and how I communicate, my siblings, peers, and neighbors, my immediate environment. Pluto has been hanging out and is retrograde in your 5th house of true love, children, play, joy, self-expression. Saturn and Neptune will be met by a 3rd quarter moon in your 6th house of time, routine, health, and the body, and what we are in service to. Meanwhile, Mars and the North Node are in your 7th house of one-on-one relationships, be they friend, lover, enemy, or business partner. Last but not least, Mars will make ingress into, and Mercury, Venus, and Jupiter are wrapping up their time in your 8th house of shared resources. My boss, my government, my landlord, my spouse, my ancestors, my psychology. Okay. We have some prompts for today. We'll be looking at a part of myself I am retrieving or making room for. What is repaired or reframed in this process? Where this opens up a pathway I need to pursue, and how I can begin this pursuit. We'll look at the bottom of the deck to see what stories are present beneath everything. And we will roll the dice to get a sense of whatever other stories we need to know here. All right. South Node in your first house. What false selves are we shedding this season? Okay. Everything is moving through your ninth house. All right. So there is certainly like some kind of recalling where we've been to think about where we're going next. Venus will be ruling you from your ninth house soon. And so that's certainly even truer. There's a sense of kind of moving through what your beliefs currently are and where your experiences have expanded your sense of self. And then getting clear on, all right, who am I no longer moving forward? Like, where am I ready to, how does this impact where and how I'm showing up in the world? So the Seven of Swords certainly sees you shedding some sense of where you've been kind of, where you've been lying about something. And these can be things that we've told ourselves are white lies before that now feel much heavier to bear, right? Little politenesses that you've allowed yourself to kind of take on so that other people can be more comfortable, but you are actually sort of just trapping yourself into this cage. Okay, so let's see what else is here to see what that looks like. Okay, a part of myself I am retrieving or making room for. Okay, we are kind of like, oh, I love that. Yes, okay. So earlier, I talked a little bit about how the Lovers is like the like the lower denomination, perhaps, of Temperance, right? If we cut Temperance in half, we get the Lovers. Okay, so kind of. So there is something to the idea that this is affiliated with Gemini, this is affiliated with Sagittarius, and so there is some sort of evolution that we see happen here. We've got two players here in the Lovers and Gemini, the twins. We have 4 elements here present in Temperance and Sagittarius. So even though Sagittarius is fire, there is the reminder that we are not just our life force energy and our passion. We need sustenance in the form of groundedness and earth and a human body and emotion and connection and conversation and intellect and conceptualization. Okay, so we need all those other things to make actual meaning of what fuels us. Okay, so there's a lovely kind of like, I love this little parallel here. So part of this reclaiming that you are participating in this season, Libra, is of kind of recentering your balance. So I don't think that there's any way I could like translate this to look like you are retrieving a part of you that is imbalanced. That just doesn't make sense to me. So if you work that out, let me know in the comments, okay? I'm open to it. It's just not coming together for me. So what I'm thinking this is I'm retrieving my imbalanced self. I'm bringing my imbalanced self home. Okay? I am recalling and like that's literally true, right? Like we cannot deny that the South Node has been in your first house trying to expose you to these things so that you can recall that imbalanced self and rework what is going on here. So only you know what of your elements is out of balance. And maybe you don't know right now. Maybe that's part of the problem. Maybe that's part of the process you're in, is getting a sense of like, where am I in balance? Like, what is off kilter for me? Maybe we've been out here fawning for other people or freezing or fleeing. And there's or like fighting at the wrong time or in a way that doesn't help us, right? I don't want to completely eliminate fight for you, Libra. That's ridiculous. So perhaps there has been some like process that's been happening where you have sacrificed some part of you in order to please other people, right? Okay. And so, or to survive, to be safe, right? And so there's this this reclaiming of, again, that imbalanced self to get just some clarity on like what's not feeling right. Okay. What is repaired or reframed in this process? Oh, that's nice. Oh, I love that. Ah, that's lovely. Okay. Libra, I feel like we've really just been through it this past year, okay? Like, it's been a lot, all right? And you've had to unlearn a lot, and like, there's probably been a lot of like victimhood that has been a part of this process. And I'm not saying that you have made yourself a victim for unjust reasons, okay? I'm saying just simply the state of victimhood, right? Being in a state of victimhood is a difficult thing to contend with, is something that we must get clear on. Okay, and like, what does that look like? And so I love seeing this 10 of Cups because there is absolute joy in this card. Like, this is just, there is no way to spin this as not being beautiful, loving, connected energy. Okay, so perhaps you've been really relationally out of sorts because of all of these changes you've been moving through, because of all of these dynamics you've been overhauling and working so hard to shift out of, and doing so much to like do right by yourself so that there is no victimhood place to go to or to be put in. Okay, and like, maybe it's been a while since you've experienced like just sheer total joy. Okay, and this is joy that we share with others, right? This is like, I am connected with other people. I mean, Venus wants connection. Venus wants to share that with others, to really like anchor the significance of it, and for it to really mean as much as we want it to. And so this 10 of Cups is, I love that this is what's being reframed for you or repaired for you. Just the ability to feel all of that. I mean, like, if you have a Capricorn 4th house, whether your IC is there or not, like, doesn't really matter. If you're carrying a Capricorn 4th house, that's like, my emotional body is steel, and like, no one will ever get in here in a way that like will ever, you know what I mean? Like, that's, you've had to build that up and like really protect yourself with that. And so this is beautiful. So maybe this is something that is going to be like, you know, it is repaired or reframed. So I am hopeful that this is not a completely foreign experience to you, that true joy and like real compassion with other people and like real emotional connectedness with people is something that you've just been feeling locked out of for some time. And this is the season where you are getting to reconnect with what that feels like. Okay. Where this opens up a pathway I need to pursue. I love seeing these two 10s together. Okay, so what does this look like to you, Libra? Right? I just talked about like having a Capricorn 4th house, which means that like our early life was probably very like structured or traditional, or like there were very traditional or heteronormative gender expectations or roles. There was just a general like severity, perhaps a lack of emotionality. Okay, I have seen some less rigid Capricorn 4th houses, but there's usually some story of restriction. Okay, or like going without, maybe being emotionally starved. Okay, so where has that carried into the present, Libra? My therapist is here. So what's that showing up as now? Okay, so where this opens up a pathway I need to pursue is, perhaps this is an event that home is sort of like being flipped on its head in some way, and maybe that's what opens up the pathway to this reframing of this, or rather to the pathway that lies beyond this. This reframing is what leads us to this pathway, which feels better because it feels then like this is like, if home is flipped on its head, that sounds like it could be really scary. But if recognizing what true joy looks like is what allows this event to open the pathway, then I'm inclined to think that that's a bit of a buffer for us here. So even if something seemingly shocking or like destabilizing is happening, perhaps there's something preceding it that allows us a little bit of grace here, or a softer landing. Okay, and so, but maybe this is the pathway. Maybe the pathway is like choosing to divest in some established home or arrangement, or, you know, this is, if this is emotions we're sharing with other people, this is like property and land and like a life that we're sharing with other people. And so there's an opportunity here to like maybe divest in some capacity from what you've been a part of once you recognize what true joy and like connectedness looks like. Maybe it's like, oh, I'm gonna walk away then because this ain't it. Oh, I thought this was it based on who I've been playing. But when I go reclaim myself and I actually hear from the ether, like what the visions are we've been connected to and what the inspiration really is out here and what things could really be like, I recognize that this is not it in front of me and I'm ready to move. And I'm going to listen to these instincts now because I've been out of balance. Okay. How I can begin this pursuit. Well, that's interesting. Okay. So my immediate thought was like, oh, are we like suppressing instincts or like hiding revelations? And that's not necessarily what is happening here. If anything, this might be tuning inward to your own sort of eruptions, right? Listen, Libra rising, South Node's moving through your first house. We're talking about like a fortress for a home, or like a fortress for an emotional body. So if you have a relationship with your inner self that is often disconnected or interrupted, then this might be an invitation to turn your signal inward so that nothing can interrupt it moving forward, at least for this season, at least to get to this pathway. We just linked this to this instinctual process we're moving through. And this is giving me a bit of, I need to actually attune to what that instinctual process looks like. Again, if you've had some of the experiences that I've outlined here today, you have likely tuned yourself out to some degree, right? This could feel like a lower level high priestess reversed, which we talked about at the Taurus new moon. We talked about, oh, I have not really been, I've been, like the calls have been coming from inside, but I have not been answering. Or I haven't even known that the phone was ringing. Like I didn't know that that's what that sound was because I've been disconnected from that knowledge. I've been disconnected from that truth. I didn't know that that's what was happening. So there's maybe a lesser degree of that here, or like a more on the ground. This maybe gives me the immediacy of this season, okay? We have a first quarter moon in your 12th house, right? We have all these planets moving through your beliefs. We have a full moon in your 3rd house. That's the moon's house of joy. The moon is connected to people and ideas and the mind, and it's able to communicate. Okay, so there's certainly some activity happening that is bringing your awareness to what these internal thoughts are, or what these internal truths are. I say truths with the Ace of Swords because it is often like a Uranian quality of, oh, this has been in here, but I've not been ready for it. This has been true about me, but I've been fighting it. I've been hoping it's untrue, but like I've known it's here. Okay. We could say like, girl, put that away. Let's explore that weird translation that didn't sit right with me. Maybe there is like a, hey, put that away. And maybe that's maybe there's a safety theme still playing out. Maybe there are truths that you do need to allow yourself to hear, but to strategize on, okay? Maybe that's some of the 7 of Swords. Maybe this is actually a call to protect yourself this season while these truths are emerging so that you can safely divest from whatever this looks like, knowing that what you're opening yourself up to is much more potent and beautiful, and that it doesn't need to be forever. I don't wish that to be true for anyone, but if it is, I see you. You are safe. I want to say you're safe here. Now, that doesn't mean anything because this is a virtual space, but your story is real, and if this is something that you need to do for this season and that aligns with this story, then absolutely. Okay, let's roll these. I feel like my therapist really came out there. Okay. All right, yep, that south node in your first house absolutely is like draining you. Okay, yes, so Gemini, so really everything in that ninth house and how it connects to your first house is really important. And we are reframing our beliefs, absolutely. I see that in this 10 of Cups. And there's something very natural with Jupiter being in the ninth house. And so even though it isn't its detriment, there is certainly some capacity to really get a sense of what you believe in and to have those experiences that bolster those beliefs, that allow you to reinvest in those beliefs, that allow you to witness the power of what you believe in the world at large as you move through it. And I imagine that that might be something that is comforting to you at this time, something that exposes you to what is imbalanced and allows you to reframe kind of what it is that you deserve to experience emotionally, what it is that you do deserve to be held in this beautiful capacity, even if there have been experiences in the past and or the present that are not connecting you with this currently. Perhaps there is a turning inward to even just hold space for the grief there, with perhaps how disconnected or how far away you feel currently from this feeling. And perhaps that grief also serves as a compass to guide you back to what is feeling imbalanced there on a broader scale. This is certainly bigger than this season, right? What I said about the Ace and how it's not the High Priestess, which tells me that this might be something that is able to pass over the course of this single season. Like, this is a much bigger theme, right? Which again makes so much sense for that first house south node and all that you are getting clear on here about what needs to be hidden or what you have been hiding, again, depending on where that lands for you. But it makes a lot of sense that this would be the broader narrative that you're looking at and moving through overall. Okay, thank you so much, Libra, for tuning in. If you enjoyed this, please like this video. Please share it with a fellow Libra who is reattuning to true joy. Please subscribe. Next season, we'll have the rest of the planets moving through your 12th. No, I'm sorry. Moving through your 10th house. There you go. And really highlighting what it is that you are moving toward, what legacies and traditions are important for you to uphold and continue in this time. And I hope to see you there. Welcome, Scorpio, to your Gemini season forecast. So, as we explore Gemini season, we are seeing the sun, the new moon, and soon Mercury, Venus, and Jupiter all ganging up in your 8th house of my shared resources, my landlord, my boss, my spouse, my ancestors, my psychology. We see Venus and Mercury eventually making their way into your 9th house of beliefs, philosophies, religion, meaning making, other cultures, faraway travel. We have a first quarter moon in your 11th house of hopes and dreams for the future, as well as friends and communities. Meanwhile, the south node has been traveling through your 12th house of endings, karma, what it all means in the end, me and my maker, my mental health, my solitude. There's a full moon in your 2nd house of my stuff, my values, my skills, and how I use them to make my money. Pluto has been hanging out and is currently retrograde in your 4th house of home, family, origin, lineage, land. Saturn and Neptune have been posted up and will be met with a 3rd quarter moon in your 5th house of children, joy, true love, play, self-expression. We have the North Node being ruled by Mars in your 6th house of time, routine, health, the body, what we are in service to, our day-to-day life. Lastly, Mars will make its way into, and Mercury, Venus, and Jupiter are wrapping up their time in your 7th house of one-on-one relationships, be they friend, lover, business partner, or enemy. We have some prompts for today. A part of myself I am retrieving or making room for, and what is repaired or reframed in this process? what this opens up, a pathway, where this opens up, rather, a pathway I need to pursue, and how I can begin this pursuit. Okay, we'll look at the bottom of the deck to get a sense of what stories lie beneath everything we see today, and we'll roll the dice to find out whatever other stories we need to know. Okay, I think we are ready. Okay, Scorpio, you're ready to be done with something. And I love that for you because, like, typically, like, when you're ready, like, you're like, yeah, like, I'm good. And I love that it's reversed because it means that you are ready this season, or perhaps this season is ready for you to put something down, to delegate something, to step out of carrying responsibility for something so that you can continue on with doing what you're doing. It is not so that you can, just be done, right? That's the fun of the 10 of Wands, is that there is something that must carry onward. That is, like, true for who we are as humans. Like, our life force remains with us until our bodies leave the mortal plane. I don't mean to get morbid, but, like, you're fine, Scorpio. You know what I mean. We're looking at what passion is, what drive is, what motivation is, and those things stay with us indefinitely. So those things must carry on. What stands in the way of those things must be put down. Someone else can do them. Okay, someone else can take on that task. Someone else can take responsibility for that. That's not for me this season. Okay, I'm ready to be done. So let's see what you're done with. A part of myself I am retrieving or making room for. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and guess here that, like, this feels like you've been very giving. You've been very available. You've been the tree. Okay. So you've been a provider. You've been giving, and, like, maybe you've had a lot to give. Okay. Like, maybe you've had plenty to give. That's a powerful position to be in. So there's no shame in that. But maybe maybe you're ready to pull back a little bit. Maybe you've been giving a lot, and maybe you haven't really been getting much in return, right? Maybe there've been a lot of hands where you've been the tree, and maybe when you put your hand out, the tree disappears. The tree dries up. The tree has to suddenly go. So what you might be retrieving or making room for is maybe reclaiming this generosity. I don't mean necessarily like cutting everyone off, but, like, maybe you're recognizing where you can trim some of that. Maybe where you can keep a little more fruit for yourself and, like, give out a little less fruit to others. Now, again, I am framing this as, maybe you've had a lot to give and it hasn't been hard for you. But there is sometimes a limit. I don't, like, if you've got a surplus of wealth, for example, like, yeah, please give it to people who need it. That's awesome. And there's a huge wealth imbalance in our culture. But also, you need to eat. And, like, maybe we're thinking too, I'm curious to see what else shows up here, but maybe there's an element too of, like, guilt. Maybe it's been like, I've been giving a lot because I feel guilty for how much I have. It doesn't need to be wealth. It can be time, energy. It can be other resources. It can be generosity in small ways, but it can still be, maybe I'm giving to the point of detriment. Maybe I'm giving to the point where I don't have enough for myself at the end of the day. And perhaps there's something we need to get clear about that lies underneath that. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. Okay. Yeah, I think that I'm like, is there anything else that I need to put in here? We'll see if something else brings up a different translation of this for me, then we'll get that. So what is repaired or reframed in this process? Oh, like mental prowess, I feel. Maybe you've been giving a lot of time, energy, resources, money, other belongings. Maybe you've been very giving in this way, and it's taxing your mind, okay? Like, it's taxing your natural curiosity, maybe it's like just draining you of your capacity to kind of like think beyond the current framework of things. Absolutely. Like if you're physically exhausted, and again, like that can be your energy, that can be your time. If you've been maxing out your time, if you've been donating to people, if you've been giving stuff to people who need it, you are probably caught up in what you owe them, or like maybe you've been thinking to yourself, well, I should be doing this. I mean, I'm seeing a lot about this 10 of Wands here, that's for sure. It's been like so much, and it's like it's keeping you from moving forward. It's keeping you from being like curious about what else there is to explore, right? This could even be, I'm thinking about your sixth house, and like maybe this is work related, okay? I mean, the six is there too. Maybe this is work related, and maybe it's like, this job has been easy for me to do. I have the energy to give. It doesn't demand a lot of me, and yet like it's still a lot, and it's still depleting me mentally. Like it's still not giving me enough to recharge my batteries to then go explore beyond the limitations of what I currently do, or like the limitations of what I currently know. Okay. So I think that there is some sort of like setting free. I mean, literally, like what's repaired is your ability to break out of this chain of how you currently experience reality, to put that casually. Definitely getting a sense so far of what we see here in the Lovers, right? If I've been giving so much tangible energy, earthly stuff, then I haven't been able to go retrieve my like passionate, curious self. I haven't been able to think outside the box. I haven't been able to be inspired. I haven't been able to break the mold, break beyond what is tangible and known here to tap into what else exists out there. Okay, so I do really see, like, again, sixth house north node, like if you've been a boss and like maybe you're like a great boss and you're just like, I give my employees the most. Okay, amazing. I mean, you've had a lot of planets lighting up your seventh house, right? Look at how generous I am with my staff, and like, look, business partners, I am awesome. But like at what cost, right? Like this passion is dying out, and your mind is not sharp. Like you're not able to actually go beyond the office to go be inspired. I feel like now I'm like glorifying CEO like culture, which is really not what I'm going for here. Maybe what I'm trying to say is that we all deserve to be CEOs. Okay. Anyway, what else is going on here? Where this opens up a pathway I need to pursue. Okay. Maybe this has been a little bit of like a hibernation for you on like a broader scale. Maybe you've been in suspension of like, what is supposed to come next? And it's interesting. These are maybe contradictory and also maybe connected. Okay, so like it feels kind of like we would come out of the chrysalis and then go into Knight of Swords mode, where it would be like, okay, I have transformed, I have shed my old self, and now I'm ready to go learn all these things about the world that I live in, and like who am I in the world that I live in, and like what does that even look like, etc. And it also feels like we could go into the chrysalis to then ignite this process within. Like I could see this as a very external process of like I'm moving through the world and I'm learning. I could also see this as like an internal process where it's like I'm inside myself and I'm like tuning into this like inner wisdom or this inner curiosity, and I'm going on a soul searching journey. I'm getting to know more about what I believe in, and I'm giving myself the space to do that. Okay, so I don't know. You tell me what feels right in there. Maybe it's some weird combination of the two that I didn't even explore. So where this opens a pathway I need to pursue, I'm thinking about like I need to come out of hibernation. And like, again, maybe this has been kind of like easier work and it's let you rest and kind of like transform in the background. But now it's kind of like I need to be done with this process and I need to put this down so that I can get to this part. Okay. And maybe you've kind of reluctantly been in the chrysalis for some time because you don't really know what else is going on. You don't really know what else is available to you. You don't really know what you're supposed to be turning into. And so you're kind of going through the motions of this, perhaps, and like letting it take its toll on you and letting it numb your curiosity, because it's like, what is there even to be curious about? I don't even know what's happening. I'm thinking that this is signifying coming out of a chrysalis, especially as you are a Scorpio rising and tend to withdraw perhaps, or tend to remain in the background of things before you know you're ready to be out there. Okay. And let me think about, like, where this opens up a pathway I need to pursue. Like, maybe you're resisting the chrysalis. Okay, let's flip that. Maybe you're resisting the chrysalis. Maybe the pathway you need to pursue is the chrysalis. And maybe this is opening you up to, oh, I'm recognizing that I've been in resistance of this. I've been kind of on the surface. Again, like doing all of this tangible, just repetitive stuff, giving, blah, blah, blah. And I've been resisting reclaiming this self. I've been resisting going in here and allowing for this transformation. Okay. Okay, I see. How I can begin this pursuit then. Oh, well, that's really nice and lovely. Oh, how simple. I appreciate that. And that also feels connected to your 6th house. And that Mars transit and that North Node transit. So we're getting back to basics. That's the simplicity of it. That's the joy of it, is that there's a lot of, like, this is a whole deep, like, space framework here. Like, it's like dark in there and like there's so much to explore. Okay. And like there's darkness within these clouds, right? Like this is an internal process. And it's kind of nice to have like this peaceful morning sky of like, oh, I'm waking up and I'm thinking about how it feels to be in my body. I'm tapping into what my energy looks like. I'm thinking about where I want to go next and what I'm hoping to grow. And with that in mind, I'm getting a sense of what I need to root into now. There's something so beautiful and like pure and like just kind of divine about this. All of this has been a lot. This is a lot. This is obviously like a process we're in. This is so basic. This is so on the ground. This is so practicable, like on a regular basis, just like on a day-to-day basis. I do appreciate that Mars will be moving into Taurus and literally slowing down. So perhaps in Aries, there's kind of like this energy that's accumulating in terms of like, I need change, or like I need to break out of this, and like I need to experience now. And that's a lot of tension, right? I appreciate that even though it will be moving into its detriment, it will be moving into your 7th house. It will be ruling your chart. It will be visible from your ascendant. And it will encourage you to move more slowly. It will kind of push you to think about, and it's still ruling the North Node in your 6th house, right? So it's doing so from Taurus. And kind of getting you to really root into like, what relationships help me feel embodied? What relationships allow me the time and the grace and the space to build up to being ready, to really feel into who I am and what energy levels I possess today in order to then show up for the world. Maybe that looks too like separating a bit from some of these relationships. And again, I want that for you. Like I want, there are hands that are in need. And again, if you have what is needed to spare, that is awesome. And please do that. But in this context, I want you to have an amount of hands and the, how am I going to say this? Oh man. Okay. I want you to have an amount of hands that is manageable. And I want those hands to belong to people you feel good sharing with. Okay. That's how we're going to say it. And maybe that also comes back to like delegating, being like, no, you need to take care of that yourself. Or like, no, you can handle this part. I can do this part, but I need you to handle that other part. I can't give it to all of you. Or I can't give all of it to you. Or both. You can handle this. You can share this. Okay. I need to be focusing on like my, we're going back to the two, literally. Going back to basics a bit. We are focusing on the strength of this tree. And let's like bring in this whole imagery too, because how much longer will it be giving like this before this tree is bare like this? Okay. I love this. This is awesome. I love how this is visually turning out. So to prevent this, we are pulling back a little bit on this action, and we are rerouting. We are focusing on slow growth. We are focusing on the roots growing strong and steadily so that the leaves can also start to fill in and that they will be sustained. Okay, and that will prevent this burnout. Okay, what else do we need to know? Certainly getting a sense of how this ties in. There's absolutely something instinctual here, right? I mean, we're definitely looking at like this, what my mind is important, my curiosity is important. I need to be passionate about the world that I live in and move through, and I need to be able to explore it. I need to be able to shift from like listening to my instincts to go out and do that, and then like knowing or being able to determine or decide when it's time for me to come back and process what I've gone out there and experienced. I need to know instinctually when I need to go into this chrysalis space, when I need to be suspended, when I need to transform. That's important to me. Otherwise, I'm going to be out of tune with my tangible resources, and I'm going to burn this mother down. Okay. Pluto is retrograde in your 4th house. Pluto will be moving back into Capricorn to that final degree in the fall. It will be like a 3-hour tour, like a 3-month tour, and then it will be in Pluto for good. Okay, so there's certainly a lot coming up for you within your emotional body. What does that space look like? That can feel like a chrysalis space, going within to the emotional body to process and to allow for that those deep inner emotions to inform us about who we are going to be next. Okay, that can certainly connect with that. There's something too about like the 2 of Pentacles and the 4th house for me, I think, because the 4th house is the root of the tree that is the 10th house. Okay, so there's certainly something there. Whatever's, like the tree in the 10th house will only be as strong as the root in the 4th house. And perhaps that's also where Leo comes in. Okay, so we have planets moving through your 8th house of transformation. And the sun in there will be ruling your 10th house of legacy, career, reputation, tradition. So something you are transforming, perhaps within this chrysalis space, is helping you change gears toward what these leaves look like, right? Toward what people know to come to you for in the first place. To what do they have? I know. Let me go there. So there's certainly a balance there between the Leo and the Aquarius part of your charts, for sure. What you want to be seen for in that 10th house will be partially informed, very informed by what you have available to nurture and feed these roots down here in the 4th house. So those are certainly things to look out for. We have Venus also moving through your 8th house. Right now it's finishing up in your 7th house, and it is moving through your 8th house soon. It will then enter your 9th house and meet with Mercury. And Venus is ruling the South Node right now in your 12th house. Perhaps there's some sense of karma you're processing at this time. Perhaps there's some sense of, Venus is ruling your 7th house. And so when Mars goes into that space, Mars will be ruled by Venus, ruling that North Node. And so perhaps that's something to pay attention to too. What do I want the quality of my relationships to look like? It's a very Venus question. What does connection feel and look like to me, and how will I root into that when Mars, my chart ruler, moves into Venus over the course of this season? Okay, Scorpio, thank you so much for tuning in. If you enjoyed, please like this video. Please share it with a fellow Scorpio who is ready to pull back and do a little bit of shape-shifting. And subscribe. Next month, we'll talk about that 9th house activity, what you are seeing in the sort of broader narratives around you, and how that's informing where you want to go next. Okay, I hope to see you then. Welcome, Sagittarius, to your Gemini season forecast. Okay, so as we explore Gemini season, we are seeing the sun, the new moon, And soon, Mercury, Venus, and your chart ruler, Jupiter, all moving into your 7th house of one-on-one relationships, be they friend, lover, enemy, or business partner. And eventually, we'll see Venus and Mercury make their way into your 8th house of shared resources, my landlord, my boss, my spouse, my ancestors, my psychology. We'll have a first quarter moon in your 10th house of legacy, career, reputation, tradition. We have, excuse me, we have the South Node moving through your 11th house of friends and communities, as well as hopes and dreams for the future. That South Node really needed a moment to make itself known. We have a full moon taking place in your first house of self and how you move through the world. Meanwhile, Pluto has stationed retrograde in your 3rd house of the mind and how we communicate, my peers, my siblings, my neighborhood, immediate environment. Saturn and Neptune have been posted up and will be joined by a 3rd quarter moon in your 4th house of home, family, lineage, origin, land, emotional body. Mars has been meeting up with the North Node and Chiron in your 5th house of true love, self-expression, play, children, joy. Last but not least, we'll see Mars make its ingress into, as well as Mercury, Venus, and Jupiter wrapping up their time in your 6th house of time, routine, health, the body, what we are in service to. Okay, we have some prompts for today. We'll be looking at a part of myself I am retrieving or making room for, as well as what is repaired or reframed in this process. We'll ask where this opens up a pathway I need to pursue and how I can begin this pursuit. Okay, we will look at the bottom of the deck to see what stories lie beneath all of this that shows up today, and we will roll our trusty dice to get a sense of anything else we need to know now. Okay, all right, 3 of Pentacles reversed. So maybe this is a time where you are getting clear on who you don't want to be working with anymore. Okay, the 3 of Pentacles upright is typically a time when we are collaborating with others, we are joining forces with others, we are combining our powers in order to bring something to fruition. Reversed, this might be a time where you decide to go things alone. We do see Mars moving through your 6th house for the next several weeks once it enters Taurus partway through this season. And that is technically Mars's house of joy, even though it's its sign of detriment. And let's weigh those things out. In detriment, it means it doesn't have its tools. It doesn't have access to the tools that allow it to do what it wants to do in the way it wants to do it. So in Taurus, that means Mars has to go more slowly. Mars has to listen to its body. Mars has to preserve its energy. Mars has to be more practical and plotting, right? And Mars likes to zoom. Okay, Mars likes to run. Mars likes to leap before thinking. So that's where Mars doesn't have its tools, the tools that it wants to do what it wants to do. However, in its house of joy, that is Mars's favorite house, which is to say that the topics of that house are some of Mars's favorite to work with. So while Mars is in your 6th house, you may find yourself maybe embodying some of that contradiction, right? Of Mars not having all of its tools, but Mars getting to focus on what it wants to focus on, which is day-to-day stuff, which is routine and health in the body. And so Mars can channel itself well in this way. So maybe you are getting things done on your own. Taurus is a solo sign. Maybe this is a time where you're pulling back from collaborations with others and you're doing the work on your own. Maybe this is a time where you decide you want to revamp the team. I don't love my team. My team has not been helpful. Okay, Jupiter's also been in this house, in your 6th house, for the past year. So your share of the work has been maybe more than others, right? Now, we've acknowledged your chart ruler Jupiter will be finishing up here and will be making its way into your 7th house, where it will have a much more easeful time negotiating, using language to kind of get what it wants, whereas Jupiter in your 6th house has been much more about like, what is my body feeling, and like, what does my routine need? So maybe this is a good time to be renegotiating some of the terms of the contracts that you share with some of your collaborators or your coworkers in some sense. Okay, let's see what else is happening here that supports this narrative. A part of myself I am retrieving or making room for. Oh, my sense of hope. This is like a very Jupiterian card. Okay, so upright. We've gone through the struggle of the 8 of Cups, which is to say that we have done the hard work of detaching, separating from something that hasn't been emotionally fulfilling for us. And it's taken us this far into the suit to do so because of the emotional binds. Because we've put in so much time and so much care and so much effort, and we've built such deep bonds in this space and in this process that it's hard to walk away. But when we do, we suddenly become lighter and we open up to all of the possibilities that await us next. So reversed, this might be, I am not feeling open to possibilities right now. I am going within and getting clear on what possibility means to me and what it would look like if it were to show up. Okay, so this can be a time of, I want to restore my sense of hope. All right, and I love that as a part of you that you are reclaiming. Again, this is very Jupiterian energy. Sag, you are a very Jupiterian individual, and therefore hope is something that you really greatly depend on. You need to have faith in something. That something's going to work out, that something's going to open up, that something's going to move you and move through you and help you explore and help you expand. And if possibilities have felt really closed off to you lately, or again, if like all the work has been on your plate, maybe it's felt like, when am I going to be done with this? Like, when am I going to get more than this? When will this amount to something? I'm starting to burn out. I'm starting to feel tired, and I don't feel like I'm getting those opportunities. Okay, so we're bringing this back. This is showing up for you. Like, this is what you're retrieving or making room for, is this process of reframing hope, returning to hope, reclaiming hope, etc. Okay, filling those cups, getting a sense of what you need to fill those cups right now. Okay, what is repaired or reframed in this process? Let's note that everything else here is upright today. Okay, your ability to move forward. All right, like your ability to pursue, right? When we see the 2 of Wands, we are making the plan. We are laying out the map. We are thinking and getting clear on what's calling to us, what stops along the way do we want to make on this journey, right? Because it is the journey and not the destination, okay? So, this makes perfect sense to me, like, already. As we reclaim this or retrieve this part of hope within ourselves, absolutely, it repairs our capacity to imagine what it is to actually set off down that road that we've been planning for ourselves. Maybe in the time that Jupiter's been in your 6th house and you've been taking on that work and you've been putting in the effort and you've been like waiting for the reward, you have made plans about where you hope this will take you. You've thought about, if I put in this time and this effort, then it will lead me to XYZ. It will lead me to XYZ, right? And that's where I'll get to go after this. And all of this, like, again, kind of draining of faith, or like you've had to maybe use all of your stores of faith to get through this, like, work that's been required of you, for example. It's now, as this refills, literally as this gets turned upright and this moon gets to help fill these cups again, you get sort of recharged, repowered into understanding and being prepared to begin this walk, right? To begin this journey. The 3 sees us setting out. The 3 sees us moving down the path. Okay, so this is great to see. There's movement happening. Absolutely. Getting a sense that some of your instincts might be about believing, like, I'm sorry, but Journey started playing in my head. Like maybe there is maybe instincts for you do require a lot of faith or connection to that hope, right? And when that gets kind of squandered or squashed, these instincts start to falter, okay? So I love this, like, I'm reclaiming this self from the ether. I've been in the day-to-day is what I'm thinking, is what I'm getting a sense of. I've been in the day-to-day. I've been stuck doing the tasks and like the earthly stuff. And oh my gosh, like, when do I get to touch base with this other part of me? Okay, where this opens up a pathway I need to pursue. Oh, ha ha ha, ho ho ho. You are seeing, I mentioned you're a Jupiterian person. Jupiter is still ruling Saturn, no matter that Jupiter is now moving signs. And so this perhaps means that there's some discipline in order. Which, like, aren't we talking about, like, I've been doing all this work? Okay, yes, absolutely. Let's break down the layers of work that you've been doing and that lie ahead of you. So, like, this 6th house day-to-day stuff has been very, like, building something and, like, maybe building up my credentials. I'm thinking about being a therapist, and, like, I have to log a certain amount of hours, right, in order to get the qualifications, or, like, to qualify for the certifications, for the licensing, etc. So, like, that might be some 6th house kind of work, putting in the hours. I'm putting in the practice to master this thing. Okay, so that's the kind of thing that Jupiter might have been doing or grappling with while moving through this 6th house space. Now we're looking at, and I'm thinking about, okay, Saturn and Neptune have been hanging out in your 4th house of home and emotional body. All right, so the word that came up for me when I looked at this card was boss. All right, 6th house is not the boss. 6th house is the employee. So you've been the employee for some time. Even if it is building up for your own power, right? To be your own boss. You've been putting in work underneath someone else in some capacity to, again, master something and prove and, like, qualify for things. Okay, this made me think boss. So to be our own boss is an entirely different skill. To be our own boss, like, to learn the employee stuff is to do one part of the job that the boss does, but the boss has like 12 other hats, right? The boss has like 12 other things that it has to be responsible for. On top of that day-to-day stuff, it has the big picture stuff. It has the money stuff. It has the, like, there's so many pieces, right? So this feels like boss level. And so if you've been putting in that 6th house work, then you are now, like, graduating into being boss level, which also makes sense for your chart ruler moving from the 6th into the 7th house. Putting in that, giving the proof, right? Proving yourself in the 6th house now gives you a seat at the table in the 7th house to negotiate some terms with, like, a business partner or a boss, like in terms of a promotion kind of thing. This is where you're sitting at the table as an equal. You're being respected for what you're bringing to the table that you've proven, okay, and put work into, and then you're able to kind of negotiate what it is that you want. Both of those houses connect with the 10th house, which is your house of career, legacy, reputation, traditions, and that's where the first quarter moon in Virgo will be after after that new moon in Gemini, right? So there is something happening in that 10th house space that's been impacted by both these houses. But again, like the 6th house, you're putting in that work and it's easily flowing into your reputation. That 7th house is then squaring that 10th house and forcing some sort of change. So it's dynamic, it's like actionable. All right, so there's some dynamic shifting here. And so let's get clear on what you need to confront and conquer and master in the boss realm now as the pathway, right? I'm thinking of this as the pathway. Like, we've got some kind of similarities on these cards, so maybe this is all part of the same journey, right? This is what you are repairing or reframing, is my ability to set off down this path. Here's the path. Later in the day, same deserty vibes. Same, even beautiful blue sky. But we have a different shape, right? This is much more like I'm pursuing this. This is me putting myself out into the world. I'm asserting myself. And this is sort of like, oh, what cycles am I trapped in? Now that I'm out here on this journey, on this pathway, I'm in the desert. Let's kind of stick with this metaphor. I'm in the desert, and like, what kind of things am I experiencing out here? Am I hallucinating while I'm out here about what I really need in this moment and where I'm going? What is contributing to me having those hallucinations or those delusions or fantasies? Am I telling myself that I can't keep down this road because I XYZ? What are those stories, right? So absolutely, this pathway opens up once you recognize that you're ready to go. And the devil kind of awaits you on this journey of, all right, so let's see beyond what you've been proving. What else you need to confront, again, within the boss realm? What patterns are holding me back? What concepts do I give power to that keep me blocked or feeling drained of hope? This is a major card, so we're not necessarily tackling all of this in this season alone, right? These are very on the ground, immediate stories. This is a much bigger, this is quite literally the pathway that you need to pursue that will carry you through and onward from Gemini season. How I can begin this pursuit. Ah, beautiful. Love it. Okay, we saw this show up at our Taurus new moon. It was reversed. And the High Priestess was calling us out for hearing intuitive thoughts and ignoring them, neglecting them, trying to reason our way out of them. It felt very strength, right? Sort of like, why are you not listening to me down here? Why are you talking yourself out of this? Okay, so upright for you here this season, Sagittarius, you are being called to tune into those intuitive prowesses now, okay? Certainly can see that as what Saturn is trying to build and strengthen within you in your 4th house. And maybe what Neptune is like trying to erase down there. Depending on what planets or like what stories you've had with this 4th house space, maybe you've doubted your intuition. Maybe you've been called to question your intuition. Maybe you've had a rocky relationship there. Okay. Maybe thinking about this, like, where have I done things alone that maybe I could have done with other people? This is a pretty solo spread, I'm not gonna lie. This is a very just you card. This is a very just you card, especially in the sense of like getting clear on who else is here and am I bound to them for sound reason? Okay. And this is absolutely a solo card. This is like my intuition, my instincts, what I'm listening to. And so, yes, this feels very much like you reclaiming you. And I think it's interesting that all of these planets in Gemini are moving through your 7th house. And it's almost like a challenge for you to negotiate with others while also remaining true to yourself, while also making sure that you aren't over influenced by those others. Jupiterian people can absolutely get caught. And listen, like I'm a Pisces stellium, so I'm not trying to throw you under the bus. I'm there with you. Like we can be very influenced by people, okay? Especially when like the drinks are tasty and like the food is good and the vibe is strong and like we're having a good time. It can be very easy to just sort of like flow or like leap into someone else's narrative or prescription of something and go like, yeah, that felt good, and then be like, wait, how did I, oh shit. Okay, so this is definitely like a you vibe, and I'm seeing more about this 3 of Pentacles. Again, perhaps everything in the 7th house, getting clear on who do I want to be collaborating with? What are the kind of characteristics that are meaningful to me? What are the traits that I find morally aligned with what it is I'm aligned with at this time? Who do I want to have a seat at the table with? What do I want to be building with them? Okay. Yes, Pisces, absolutely. So again, that in the importance of that Saturn, right? Definitely going to put that where the devil is. The importance of that Saturn, the importance of that Neptune, what they're doing down there. Pluto. Okay, so Pluto stationing retrograde in your 3rd house as of just a couple weeks ago, right? So we're certainly thinking about the mind. We're thinking about, I'm kind of thinking like both High Priestess and Three of Wands. Three, of course, layering with that third house. So Pluto, what like obsessive thoughts do you have? What ruminations are you part of? How much do you give your mind credit or power? Where do you claim that others have power over your mind? Okay, these are all questions Pluto will be asking over the next 20 years in this third house space. And your first house, okay, Sagittarius. So perhaps this full moon that we have early in the season, right, ruled by Jupiter as it's on the precipice of leaving that sixth house and shifting into that seventh house space. Perhaps there's a time of you being recognized for what you've been putting hard work into. Maybe you recognizing yourself and getting clear on, oh, I'm actually very powerful. I'm actually very skilled. I can actually go anywhere I want. And like I can see where I have clarity on what I want to be separate from, or what I want to stand against, or like stand tall away from. Okay. That's also very Pluto too, right? I can stand alone in this sense. All right. Okay. Thank you so much, Sagittarius, for tuning in. If you enjoyed, please like this video. Please share with a fellow Sagittarian who is trying to refill these cups of hope, and subscribe. Next season, we'll talk about Cancer season. We'll talk about what's going on in your 8th house of my boss and who signs my paycheck, right? Okay. So we'll see more of those negotiations unfolding, and I hope to see you there. Welcome, Capricorn, to your Gemini season forecast. Okay, so as we explore Gemini season, we are seeing the sun, the new moon, and soon Mercury, Venus, and Jupiter all hanging out in your 6th house of time, routine, health, the body, what we are in service to. We'll eventually see Venus and Mercury enter into and start a new cycle in your 7th house of one-on-one relationships, be they friend, lover, business partner, or enemy. We've got a first quarter moon in your 9th house of faraway travel, other cultures, higher learning, religion, philosophy, making meaning. The South Node has been moving through your 10th house of career, legacy, reputation, and traditions. We've got a full moon in your 12th house of endings, karma, what it all means in the end, meaning, my maker, my mental health. Okay. Mars and the North Node have been hanging out with Chiron in your 4th house of home, emotional body, lineage, land, origin, family. Last but not least, we see Mars making ingress, as well as Mercury, Venus, and Jupiter all wrapping up their time in your 5th house of true love, self-expression, hope. Nope, I meant play. I like hope, though. Hope is not a bad one. Let's leave that there. Why not? Children and play games. Okay. All right, we've got some prompts for today. We'll be asking about a part of myself I am retrieving or making room for, as well as what is repaired or reframed in this process. We'll look at where this opens up a pathway I need to pursue and how I can begin this pursuit. Okay, we'll look at the bottom of the deck to see what other stories are present here underneath it all, and we'll roll our trusty dice to see anything else we need to know. Okay. Fascinating. All right. I literally just saw this on the bottom of the deck for Sagittarius right before you. So interesting that it's here again. What I told Sagittarius. We'll see what of that is relevant. So what I told Sagittarius was that this may indicate a period of, withdrawing from teamwork, So maybe there's, you know, like upright, this is like, here's my team, the gang's all here, we're all bringing something different to the table, and look at us collaborating and bringing something to fruition. Okay, so here we have then, maybe I'm pulling away from the team, maybe there's something that only I can do alone. Maybe I want to reconsider my team, right? So maybe I want to think about who I'm on the team with. So maybe that could be because of being dissatisfied with the teamwork. Maybe that's because our needs have changed, our goals have changed, and therefore the team has to change because we need people of different skills or with like who work in different areas, right? So it doesn't necessarily need to be like a negative experience per se, but it could just be it's time to recalibrate what this teamwork looks like, or otherwise, for whatever reason, I'm doing this alone. So what I told Sagittarius was that that might be part of their chart ruler, Jupiter, spending the past year in their 6th house of time, routine, health, and the body, things we're in service to. And perhaps this was wrapping up as Jupiter was planning to move into their 7th house of one-on-one relationships. So what is funny is that I did think in that moment, and I used myself as an example for what it might be like here with Jupiter entering our 6th house. So Jupiter is about to enter our 6th house, y'all. Caps, Capricorns, which means that Jupiter will be ramping up the work that we are doing. That might mean that we are kind of like doing things on our own. Okay, there might be like it's time for me to put in the work. Maybe we've gotten here through teamwork and now it's time for me to put in the work, right? Jupiter in that 6th house is going to mean like our day-to-day efforts are going to be ramped up. The amount of time we're going to be spending doing things is going to be ramped up. Maybe that does lead us to reconsider who the team is if we have to be doing so much extra work. Okay, so, love, how funny that is. Let's see what else is here. Okay, a part of myself I am retrieving or making room for. Oh, I love to see this figure here. Okay. Queen of Wands is someone who is able to make whatever the F they want, whenever the F they want, just because they effing wanted to. Okay. So when we see the king, there's like a big vision and the king is leading others. The king is teaching other people. You know, it's very like instructive and demonstrative. The queen can do whatever they want. All right. This isn't for anybody else. This is for me. Okay. And it can be for other people. You know, the queen will make whatever. But it's much more getting a sense of my sense of creative powers. What am I capable of creating now? Now, maybe this is Jupiter entering into the 6th and saying, okay, I have been mastering this energy, okay, and I am now, I mean, think about the link between the 5th and the 6th house. It's like the 5th house is self-expression and what we want to create, very wands. And in the 6th house, we are then maybe getting 8 of Pentacles with it, where we are then like, okay, now it's time to ramp up our efforts, right? So maybe we've gotten a hang of some Wands vibes in the 5th house with Jupiter in this house, hanging out here for the past year, meeting up with Uranus and opening up all kinds of creative ventures. And now with Jupiter in the 6th, it's like, okay, it's time to put in the work and I'm mastering this Wands energy. Okay, so we're retrieving, right? Which means we've had access to this before. And I love this being this theme for this period. This is also similar to what I said to Sagittarius, which is that maybe there's been a lot of effort put into kind of like grounding the creative work. Maybe we've been here on the earthly plane with that. And now that there's been a level of comfort established with our creative process and our trust in what we are expressing, perhaps we are able to make room for deepening those powers, for creating much more than we thought. So that's giving me kind of Jupiter in the 6th as well as Mars moving into the 5th. Mars coming through and going, okay, I can express myself. Like, look at me. Like, I'm ramped up. I am taking joy in creativity. All right. I am spending time gathering the tools to create in a way that is self-assertive, okay? Remembering too that this is Mars still ruling the North Node, right? So we certainly have a like whatever Mars is doing over the next several weeks is aligned with you strengthening that sort of emotional body sense, which is also where our magic comes from. Okay, cool, cool. Love this, love this. So retrieving this like connection and mastery, connection to and mastery of magic. Again, we've been here before, but maybe we've been down here in the practical part, and now we can make room for this. All right. What is repaired or reframed in this process? Oh, whew. Well, this might be the best place to see a card like the Seven of Cups. Choices have been hard. Knowing what is for us has been hard. Trusting that what we feel we are drawn to is actually something we are deserving of has been hard. Understanding how our emotions have been coloring what our options look like has been a challenge. Okay, so it feels very empowering to see the Queen of Wands being reclaimed or retrieved, and that repairing or reframing what we think is available to us and why we feel that is true. And I did say what we think is available to us and why we feel that is true. That was very intentional. So absolutely, that's part of what is difficult in this process, is that we have thoughts against feelings, right? We have thoughts against feelings, and we aren't sure which ones are correct or sound. Okay, totally strength vibes. All right. It's empowering because we can create things. It's empowering because we are tapping into and retrieving the part of ourselves that has creative agency. So what we think our options are, and how our feelings are impacting that is going to change, because suddenly we can tap into the power to create our options if they aren't suiting us in this moment, or to create what we need at this time. Okay, so we can start to shift out of these feelings we've been stuck in of, oh my God, what is the right choice, and what even are my options, and do I know that to be true, and what truth is informing what I know is in front of me right now, and what informed that truth? Oh my God, like this spiral, truly, right? Like it's endless. Okay, so that feels like a relief. All right, where this opens up a pathway I need to pursue. Oh, well, this is pleasant. Okay, so if we've been in a panic about what our options are, if we've been convinced that certain options aren't for us, if certain options have been like out of reach, if we have been telling ourselves that we are limited in our options, okay, as that is being repaired or reframed, and because we are tapping into our creative agency right now, the pathway we need to pursue is something new. Creating something new, opening up to something new. I love thinking about maybe none of these options that we've been looking at are actually even what is waiting to grow. Wouldn't that just be hilarious? Saturn and Neptune in your third house of the mind and how we communicate. So what if what we've been thinking this whole time, and the feelings that have been influencing that, and how we feel about our options, maybe that's all been like some nonsense, and that's all been much more indicative of the strength journey we're moving through. Again, instinctually, the North Node in Mars trying to get us to listen to our guts, right? To trust our emotional body. Maybe this has all been coming up, and it's none of this was even on the table. And what we're actually opening up to is going to be something that we never anticipated. I'm thinking that because this 7 is so far into the suit, and this Ace is baby. And if we've been on this journey this whole time of being here on the ground, putting in this work, doing this work alone, we've gotten ourselves so far into this place, and that's been founded upon a version of us that we've outgrown along the way. Okay. And the possibilities that might be available to us if we open up to them now might be very different than anything we've had before. This is something we are bringing back for ourselves. This is a new pathway, right? Okay. How I can begin this pursuit. Wow, interesting. All right, the immediate thing that popped into my head is don't leave something behind. And that's not to say don't leave, but it might be to say don't leave something behind. There's a question here about if I'm not already open to these new possibilities, what is it that I'm sticking around and waiting to see, to find, to understand? If this is not a pathway that I am already finding an easeful entrance to, what is it that is holding me back? Swords are asking us to get clear on our mentality. And I kind of like that we've got a little bit of, we have a little bit of everything here. We've got wands, we've got cups, we've got pentacles, we've got swords. Okay. This is a very well-rounded pull we have here. What is it that is keeping you here? Like upright, this is, all right, you know, if this was like how I begin this pursuit, I'd be like, well, kids, it's time to pack up and hit the road. Makes a lot of literal sense for starting a new journey, right? So if that's not what's being asked of us right now, why aren't we ready to do that? What is holding us back? Maybe there is something genuine about what it is that holds us back here. This does make me ask another question about this Three of Pentacles. Have you been doing all of this alone? Like, is the stress of doing this all alone part of what has colored these options that we have thought are available to us and that we have sort of internalized as like a sense of our value? All right, and so what then keeps you here if you've been doing this all alone? If you have to do something all on your own, if you're feeling the like Jupiter, the example I gave was to Sagittarius was that I'm a therapist, right? So Jupiter's entering into my 6th house, as it is yours, and will ask me over the next year to put in the hours, right? So literal 6th house, like day-to-day stuff, put in the work, log the hours so that you gain the experience and that you gain the proof of what you've done, right? Of what you've done, no, but of what you've accomplished, right? So literally just logging those hours, doing that work, putting in more effort to build up something that over time eventually will pay off. Okay, so that is certainly something that I thought of here with this Three of Pentacles reverse. It was like, okay, it's just me. Like, I'm the only one who can make this happen. Like, I'm the only one who's going to really hold myself accountable to this. No one's going to be watching me log these hours, right? And say like, hey, Taylor, I see that you're falling behind or something, you know, like no one's going to be advocating for me. I'm going to have to, that's going to be on me. This is me, myself, and I, as Beyonce said, they're all my hand. Okay, so if that's something you're anticipating, then is there something you need to leave behind in order to be able to put in that energy, right? So this could be a card of, this could be both. This could be, let's imagine how it could be a little bit of both. If you've been doing something already on your own, which tells me the rest of the team has not been pitching in, and new possibilities await you that you have mastered the power to create, why are you staying here? That's a real question. I don't mean to be facetious or rude, but get clear on that. Get clear on why. Even getting clear on the why will help you make your way to this pathway, right? And if this is something you are anticipating coming up, if you're going to be the one putting in all the work and you're going to be the one who needs this boundless energy in order to make this happen on your own, then what do you need to leave behind in order to open yourself to new energy, new possibilities? And also possibly new team, right? Let's make this connection from these pentacles here. If the team hasn't been showing up, maybe this is a new team. For example, this is certainly new resources for you. Be they what gets you through doing this work alone, be they what helps you find this new team, or be they the new team itself, okay? Certainly understanding, again, this connection here, these instincts, right? This is a real instinct killer. Absolutely. This is a real instinct killer. If I stay here thinking and thinking and thinking and dwelling on this and fearing that I'm leaving something behind that I don't feel ready to leave behind, what opportunities am I missing? Okay. And what part of that journey called me to ignore my gut? Where did I decide to do that? Right? Okay. Yes. Yes. Okay. So, thinking about your 4th house, which is Aries, where Mars is now, the North Node is there, absolutely. You've been making this big push to kind of compel yourself to honor what you feel you need, even if you don't know what these options have looked like, even if you're like, all of these look like jelly and I don't need that. All of these look like castles in the sky. I'll never get there. Like nothing looks available to me. None of these cups have what I need, or else they are all out of my reach. Mars has been in this 4th house like, I need you to listen to yourself anyway. All right? Like, I need you to tap into that courage regardless. And look where we are. We're reclaiming this sense of this power, right? This sense of power. Absolutely. So that is for sure what Mars has been up to in this 4th house. And we know Mars is leaving, and that's okay because the North Node is still there, right? The North Node is still there through January. You have several more months of this journey. There will be many more transits to the nodes to come to continue you moving toward that trust, right? Okay. Moving toward that integrity and that integration, okay? Neptune in your 3rd house. We've got all of the squares to it happening this month, this season. So Neptune's been in your 3rd house. It will move into your 4th house in the next 2 years with Saturn. That will be a fascinating transit. But for the time being, Neptune's hanging out at 29 degrees in your 3rd house of the mind, how I communicate, my neighborhood, my environment, my peers. Maybe there's been some sense of confusion about who am I amongst my peers? How do I think of myself amongst others? As those squares come to that Neptune from the Sun, Venus, and Mercury, not in that order, actually in the opposite order, but all within the same 3 days, there might be some sort of confrontation of what I've thought I'm capable of in connection or in comparison with my peers, or what I think I can bring to the table. Maybe my team was founded during a time when I had a different idea of who I was and what I was capable of and what was available to me. And as I regain this strength and as I shift out of this headspace, I confront these clouds in this Neptune space of who's really bringing what to the table, and what kind of delusions have I allowed myself to believe about that. Okay. All right, Capricorn. Ooh. All right. If you thank you. First of all, thank you for tuning in. If you enjoyed this, please like this video. Please share with a fellow Capricorn who is tapping into this Queen of Wands vibe and ready to go. Please subscribe so that we can talk about Cancer season, which will be the next series of transits to those nodes as they move through your 10th and 4th houses. So we'll get to talk a bit more about what that will look like. I hope to see you there. Welcome, Aquarius, to your Gemini season forecast. As we explore Gemini season, we see the Sun, the new moon, Neptune, Mercury, Venus, and Jupiter all hanging out in your 5th house of self-expression, play, joy, children, true love. eventually Venus and Mercury will make their way into and start a new cycle in your 6th house of time, routine, health, the body, what we are in service to. There's a first quarter moon in your 8th house of shared resources. My landlord, my boss, my spouse, my ancestors, my psychology. The South Node has been moving through your 9th house of beliefs, religion, philosophy, faraway travel, other cultures, higher learning. There's a full moon in your 11th house of hopes and dreams for the future, as well as friends and communities. We have Pluto newly retrograde in your 1st house of self and how you move through the world. Saturn and Neptune are joined by a 3rd quarter moon in your 2nd house of my stuff, my values, my skills, and how I use them to make my money. We see Mars hanging out with the North Node and Chiron in your 3rd house of the mind and how I communicate, my peers, my neighbors, my siblings, my immediate environment. Last but not least, we have Mars making ingress into, as well as Mercury, Venus, and Jupiter wrapping up their time in your 5th house of time, routine. No, that should be home. That should be, I made a boo-boo. That should be your 4th house. Yes, Taurus, your 4th house of home, origin, emotional body, origin, lineage, land. Okay. Whew, we got it. All right. We are working with some prompts today. A part of myself I am retrieving or making room for, as well as what is repaired or reframed in this process. Where this opens up a pathway I need to pursue, and how I can begin this pursuit. We will look at the bottom of the deck to see what lies beneath all of these narratives here, opening up this season, and we'll roll the dice to find out what else we need to know at this time. Okay. Okay. You're not going to stress about it, but everyone is reversed here this month, except for the 3 of Cups. Okay. So, that's kind of a nice little thing to be upright for you this season. So, the 3 of Cups, all about who holds space for us, who celebrates with us, who mourns with us, who holds the space for our emotions on a regular basis, on a semi-regular basis. Who can we call on in times of being in our feelings? Okay, so let's find out what else is here. All right, so a part of myself I am retrieving or making room for. Another 3. Okay, it's so interesting because this 3 was on the bottom of the deck for both Sagittarius and Capricorn. So this 3 is really wanting to show up for this later portion of the zodiac. How fascinating for y'all. Okay, so let's see here. My mind is going right to the 0-degree conjunction between Venus and Mercury in your 6th house of time, routine, and the body, which starts a new cycle of like my time and how I use it. Can be with coworkers, right? If you think about everyone kind of in a hierarchy within a workplace, the boss is the 8th house, and me and the people I work with are in the 6th house. So whoever is in my ranking with me. So 6th house, new cycle. This could look like I'm formulating a new team. Okay, so maybe we have moved, maybe we have switched up how we work, maybe we have changed jobs, maybe we have moved neighborhoods, right? There's different spaces or different ways we could be kind of switching things up right now. And so perhaps this calls for a reconfiguration of what your team looks like, whether that's like 3rd house people, kind of thinking about Mars and that North Node. All right, I thought about your 3rd house too when I looked at this 3 of Cups, and they certainly connect, right? They're both 3s, so let's look at that. So where this is emotional, this is practical. We are working toward the same goal, okay? We are collaborating on the same community garden. Could be like a 3rd house, 3 of Pentacles vibe. We are part of the same committee that is making decisions about something tangible, right? Okay, so different ways that could be showing up for you, but it's reversed, which means that, again, we are either reconfiguring what that team looks like. Perhaps we are recognizing that there's a need to disband this current team. Perhaps there is a desire or otherwise a need to go it alone, to put in the work on your own terms, in your own time, maybe doing the work of other people, but doing it yourself, your way, which might be easier for the time being. It's a minor, so we're in this season, all right? It's Gemini season. We said everything's moving to your 5th house. Maybe there are like 6th house things that are born from the 5th house. So things that passions you discover or something you want to express, perhaps putting in the work yourself in that 6th house way to like get it built. Okay. Interesting. All right. So what is, before I move on, it's you retrieving a piece of yourself, right? So we are like reaching out for some part of ourselves that has been able to do it alone before, or that has been able to reconfigure the team. And so this is not something like, this is not brand new information. This is like, oh, I'm retrieving my capacity to do this, whichever that is for you. Maybe it's some of both. Okay. All right. What is repaired or reframed in this process? Well, that's a lovely reversal that we like to see. Okay. Well, can we be shifting out of some anxiety, perhaps? That would be nice, wouldn't it? You know, the moon rules your 6th house, speaking of. And the moon is the fastest moving body. So your sense of time, routine, health in the body is constantly shifting, like every 2.5 days or so. That's maybe frustrating. That's maybe challenging. That's maybe cause for you to get really clear on what your kind of emotional cycles look like, right? Or what the moon, I don't know where your moon is. What kind of moon do you have? Do you have an emotional moon? Do you have a detached moon? Do you have a moon that is or feels bountiful? Do you have a moon that feels connected to scarcity? Okay. All of that's going to color what that 6th house looks like for you, but I'm going to go ahead and guess that there's some form of anxiety that you carry, and that can be very 6th house related, okay? Or that can be very much like the moon ruling my 6th house and then challenging my homeostasis, like challenging my ability to feel grounded. Okay, one possible exploration of this. This could also be Pluto, who's been hanging out in your 1st house on and off since last spring, where you are getting a sense of, whoa, what is my sense of power in this world? Where is that uprooting where I have felt anxious leading up to this point? Okay, so there's a couple different avenues to explore here. There's also the North Node in your 3rd house and the South Node in your 9th house of like beliefs and philosophies. It could be like, whoa, I'm having to trust my own mind instead of like depending on other people to validate me, and that makes me anxious. Okay. No wonder it's an 8. We didn't name one thing. We named like 3 or 4 different things just now. That absolutely gets us to far enough in the suit to feel like we're being closed in on. Okay, so what is repaired here is this anxiety. Perhaps the pathway to this anxiety, because it's an 8, because it's so far into the suit. It means that it's not just new anxiety, right? Just like this isn't brand new information. This isn't new anxiety. So some things maybe some stress is being lifted because you're taking things back, or like to work on yourself, because you're claiming control over this project or the execution of your goals. Perhaps there's anxiety that gets to be released because you are getting to separate from problematic coworkers or problematic teammates, or your team hasn't been showing up in the way they need to, and you've been having to do this work alone. Maybe that's what you get to reclaim, is your time back and your energy, and that relieves your stress. Okay. Where this opens up a pathway I need to pursue. Well, all right. This is definitely another reversal we like to see. think what we're learning is that the swords are best when reversed. Okay. So I am thinking about like what this process means for this Lover's card and this Strength card. Definitely getting a sense of like being kind of stuck in place here in the tangible, in the tasks, doing all the work, maybe feeling abandoned in that work, maybe feeling like you have to do it alone, but it's made you very practical here. Maybe this first quarter moon in your 8th house will reveal that. And it's, you know, this ether self has been trapped here in this anxiety. So in reclaiming this peace and resolving or reframing or repairing some of this, that is allowing more of our mental faculties to maybe make space for what has not been in the immediate that needs to be processed. This gives like a lot of scarcity. This gives a lot of like, I have to kind of focus on getting through this or surviving this or enduring this or doing this on my own. Maybe we've been unable to process some pain that's been kind of lurking in the background. Maybe we have been in a state of pain or crisis actively, and moving through this allows us the pathway to finally release that pain. Something has been sharp. Some of that sharpness wants to be eased now. No matter how we're looking at this Three of Swords as it shows up for you right now in this immediate moment, whether it's something you are needing to make space for to allow to be a process that unfolds so you can process it and release it, whether you've actively been in a state of crisis and pain, the pain is ready to be felt and relieved. Okay, so this is the pathway that, it's hard to say. Okay, so if it's that first one, if we've been holding pain at bay, then the pathway we need to pursue now is this Three of Swords, kind of upright. All right. And stepping out of like mental overwhelm, having this be repaired or reframed allows us to take several steps back and go give attention to this more immediate and like perhaps smaller, right? If we're thinking numerically. Again, we named like 5. I'm going to keep just increasing that number. Okay, we said like 3 to 4 things here had piled up. So if we are able to strip off some of those, then there might be one thing underneath all of the others that needs our immediate focus and attention now in order to heal. It's kind of like, you know, the overwhelm of it all has made it impossible to know where to start, perhaps. And when this starts to clear away, as this is reclaimed or retrieved or made space for, this starts to surface and say, hey, I'm the thing that needs to be processed right now, first and foremost. Okay. It feels powerful. All right. Let's see then here how we can begin this pursuit. Shift out of suspense. Okay. When the Four of Cups is upright, you know, this is also one that we like to see reversed, and certainly helping me understand more about this 3. It kind of feels like we're taking a step back. We also have 3 threes, just for funsies. It feels like some quirky little patterns for you, Aquarius. So, when this is upright, we are hesitating. When this is upright, we are approaching something and we are pausing until we can truly get a sense, perhaps in our gut, about whether this is worth it. This is an investment into relationships, into situations that will tug on us emotionally. This is something that we know can cause us grief, which we encounter in the next card in the Five of Cups. Reverse, this shows us shifting out of that hesitation. Perhaps we have sat long enough in the hesitation to finally hear that gut speaking to us and telling us whether we feel this is going to be a worthy investment. And maybe that's assuming that cups will spill at some point, right? Maybe it's not even about being naive and saying like, this one won't hurt me, but really just being like, even if or when this hurts me, it will still be worth it. Okay. So we're shifting out of that hesitation. Maybe that means you've decided something is worth it. Or if this is the way to the pathway, if this is the way to begin this pursuit, then it's time to step out of that hesitation. So perhaps that's something that occurs naturally for you this season. Perhaps that's something that you have access to as this lightens. And especially as you get to process this. Let me remember that this is the way to get to here. So let me reframe that as this stress or anxiety starts to lighten, as you take back some of your time, or as you take on what you want to get done in your terms, or as you otherwise step away from a team, perhaps, and this gets to be lightened and repaired, I believe that it creates the space for this process to unfold, if it's not already naturally happening for you. Feels so strengthened, lovers. As you reclaim this, you open the door to this, right? It feels like this is connected to this, and this is connected to this, and this is sort of the bridge between these functions happening here. I hope you were able to keep up with that, because that's a very Pisces moment. So what you choose to emotionally invest in feels founded upon your instincts. What you've been, or what you are entering into reclaiming for yourself, feels connected to being stuck on this tangible plane of the lovers. There's been anxiety sort of hinging these things and these processes. So as this process unfolds and anxiety is lifted, clarity is then afforded to you to make a decision instinctually about what you are ready to dive into, and what you're ready to swim away from. I'm not going to invest in that. I am going to invest in this, if there are multiple parties here at play. Certainly that helping us understand better what needs to be realigned here. Of course, anxiety hinders our ability to listen to our instincts and to make emotional choices, because we're overthinking things, because we've had to, because that's how we've survived. Okay. Really telling me a lot more about these three cups here. This one upright card. Who are my ride or dies? And I mean that like, who is always a good team member, right? Like who can I always call on? Who supports me when I'm struggling with this team otherwise? Who holds space for me when I'm shifting through anxiety? Who holds space for me when I'm mourning and when I'm in a space of pain? This 4 kind of feels like it's directly connected to this 3, of course. So it feels like this 3 is sort of a question for these cards, and what decision you're making about that is based on what this 4 of Cups vibe brings up for you. Let's find out what else we need to know here. Really wanted to give that a nice solid roll. Okay, yeah, that South Node in the 9th is interesting, isn't it? We talked briefly about trusting your own mind with that 3rd house North Node and Mars there, really pushing you to trust your own mind. Maybe that's also bringing up some anxiety, right? That 9th house's beliefs is really something that's been shaped by our interactions with other people. The 9th house can be a 3 of Pentacles space. We all come together, bringing in our own experiences that we've had in our own individual 3rd houses. We've all come from little towns, or whatever our own separate immediate environments have been. We've lived in the 6th house space of the day-to-day world and understood what our day-to-day world looks like. We are now all convening here in the 9th house, sitting at this table, to define together what meaning we derive from this. So that is a really powerful, perhaps stressful entity in the chart to be separating from at this time, to be pulling away from the 9th house of shared definitions of things, and to be needing to rely on your own definition of what things mean to you, especially while Mars is there like, listen to yourself, can be really intense. Okay, so that makes a lot of sense. Mars is also ruling Scorpio. Mars is also ruling that 10th house space of yours, your reputation, your career, how people talk about you and what people know you for, and your legacy, right? Your traditions. So Mars in that 3rd house might be telling you to pull back from collaborations with other people to decide where you want to go, or like what you want to be known for. Perhaps there's pain in that. Mars is a separator. Mars is a blade. Blades are sharp and they hurt us. Okay. And the sun, of course, moving to your 5th house, ruling your 7th house. So thinking about what wants to be self-expressed from the 5th house, what you need to be able to share from the 5th house, and how that's going to impact your one-on-one relationships in your 7th house. Maybe there are some conversations you need to have about who no longer gets to sit at your table, or what table you no longer want to sit at. And perhaps that's all part of, Jupiter's moving in there too. Maybe there's something there about, it's time for me to get really robust here in expressing myself, and that requires me to change some things here. All right, Aquarius, thank you so much for tuning in. If you enjoyed this, please like this video. Please share with a fellow Aquarius who might be separating from a table of power they've been sitting at prior to now. And subscribe. We'll talk about what's being opened up in that 6th house space, in that Venus-Mercury conjunction, and what new cycle of kind of your own time and routine are opening up for you. I hope to see you there. Welcome, Pisces, to your Gemini season forecast. As we explore Gemini season, we are seeing the sun, the new moon, and soon Mercury, Venus, and Jupiter all hanging out in your 4th house of home, origin, family, land, lineage, emotional body. We'll eventually see Venus and Mercury make their way into your 5th house of true love, self-expression, play, joy, and children. We have a 1st quarter moon in your 7th house of one-on-one relationships, be they friend, lover, business partner, or enemy. Meanwhile, the South Node has been moving through your 8th house of shared resources, my boss, my spouse, my landlord, my government, my ancestors, my psychology. We have a full moon in your 10th house of career, legacy, reputation, and tradition. Pluto is newly retrograde in your 12th house of what it all means in the end, karma, me and my maker, my mental health. Saturn and Neptune will be joined by a 3rd quarter moon in your 1st house of self and how you move through the world. Mars has been with the North Node in Chiron in your 2nd house of my stuff, my resources, my skills, and how I use them to make my money. And last but not least, we'll see Mars make ingress into, as well as Mercury, Venus, and Jupiter wrap up their visit through your 3rd house of my mind and how I communicate, my peers, my siblings, my neighborhood, and my immediate environment. Okay, we have some prompts for today. We'll be looking at a part of myself I am retrieving or making room for, as well as what is repaired or reframed in this process, where this opens up a pathway I need to pursue, and how I can begin this pursuit. Okay, we will look at the bottom of the deck to see what else we need to know, what lies beneath these stories, and we will roll our trusty dice to get a sense of what really stands out here, or anything else we need to know. Okay. All right. Ooh. Well, that's nice to see. We like it. We like it. Okay. So the Page of Wands is showing us perhaps a new idea, a new spark lighting within you. Your chart ruler, Jupiter, is moving into your 4th house of emotional body and home. Maybe your IC is there. That I call it the astrological umbilical cord. It is what nurtures us from space. It is kind of what connects us and tethers us to the universe. It's kind of like who we are at our core. our most private self, right? Maybe your IC is not there, and that's okay too. It's still your 4th house. So there's something being lit from within here. There's new inspiration coming through. There are new ideas. There are new passions being awakened. You are able to tap into these passions. You are a vessel for these passions. There's no promise here in the page. That's fulfilled through the night. There's just potential here. So what you do with this, you will decide. Maybe something will be awakened here over the course of Gemini season, and when Venus and Mercury make their way into your 5th house and have a conjunction, perhaps they start a new cycle of what that expression starts to look like. Okay, let's see what else is here. A part of myself I am retrieving or making room for now. Oh, we're calling back some daddy energy. All right, so like, where's your Jupiter, first of all? Okay. Wherever your Jupiter is shows you like what you feel called to show up for in the world and how you do it. And maybe you've got a really external Jupiter. Maybe your Jupiter's above the horizon, somewhere in like the 7th house of one-on-one relationships. Maybe Jupiter's in your 10th house of career, legacy, reputation. Perhaps Jupiter's even in its house of joy in the 11th house, where it is recognized by all. Okay. Jupiter right now is ready to take a big old nap in the very most private part of your chart for the next year. So, what public roles are you stepping back from? What calls you to come home, to tend to what needs are at home now? What role do you wish to play more of in your home space? And where does that call you back from external responsibilities? That's the biggest thing I'm feeling coming through here in this moment. We have seen the King of Pentacles show up in some of our recent lunation cycles. We saw a bunch of court cards show up reversed, and we talked about how maybe we were like, you know what, I've been doing too much of this and too much of this, and it's time for me to like really just eject button here. I'm ready to be off the hook for these things. I'm done taking responsibility for these things. Maybe I needed some other people to take some responsibility for some of those things so that I could recalibrate some of my own responsibility and where it feels natural and good for me. So maybe that's a big theme for you this season, is stepping out of some role of responsibility. Maybe there is some call to explore where you haven't been showing up responsibly for something, and you are retrieving that part of yourself to focus on that, to recalibrate that, to think about what's been preventing you from showing up in a way that feels responsible and dutiful and is actually able to take care of these tasks. But already I'm thinking about, you being stuck here in the practical and kind of like handing the reins over to the other twin for a moment, to just be like, you know what, it's my turn to be in the ether. You take a turn being the grown-up today. All right, you take the baby. I'm gonna go to the movies, okay? For example. And certainly can tie this to our instincts. Maybe your instincts to be responsible have been in overdrive. Saturn's been in your 1st house, right? And will stay there for a couple more years. So maybe there's been like, absolutely, like we've been on responsible mode on hard. We've been locked there. My instincts have been there. I am not sure when I'm able to pull back on this and when that's allowed. Certainly see how this connects too. If I pull back being responsible for some of these outer things for other people, it will open up space for me to feel inspired. Okay. What is repaired or reframed in this process? All right, so a major showing us some themes opening up this season that will likely continue or bleed into other seasons beyond this. So this is a card I like to see reversed. When we're entering into the moon, and maybe this is a journey you've been on lately, it feels very Neptune in your 1st house, while Saturn's been playing daddy. So if you've been upright in the moon, perhaps you've been in a journey of kind of wandering through the fog, feeling like you're slowed down, feeling like you don't really know where you're going, you don't really know what you're looking for in here, feeling stressed about it, feeling like I just want to rush through this part because I don't really enjoy not being able to see stuff right now. It really sucks for me. I really don't know where I'm supposed to be going. What's my sense of purpose? Who needs me? Oof. Oh man, that is a big Neptune moon vibe. Who needs me right now? Okay. Also a very big Pisces vibe. I think if I'm being dutiful here, I think Neptune is technically hanged one or chrysalis energy and Pisces is moon energy. But we have Neptune in Pisces, so it doesn't really matter, does it? Okay. So Pisces vibe is absolutely like, who needs me the most, right? Who do I have the most compassion for? Who is the most deserving of care? Who is like unseen right now? That can be some of the martyr side of Pisces. And if you've been in this moon journey, maybe you've been asked to slow down and really consider what showing up in that way does for you or doesn't do for you. Maybe you've been called to go within yourself and get a sense of why these snakes in here are snakes in here. Do I want to be showing up in this way? What is it to need being needed? Or what is it to feel like I am sacrificing for someone who is worthy? What does that look like? How is that impacting how I've been on hyperdrive being daddy for everyone? Okay? Are you trying to save everyone? I'm gonna get a little tough here on you, Pisces. I am doing it because I know I need it sometimes too. Who are you responsible for? Who? Like who and why? Why? Who told you that? So maybe there's snakes in here who really need you to pay attention to them and be like, hey, so listen, boo. You've tucked us away in here because you think we're bad, but really like we're trying to protect you and your energy. And you need to be able to create some stuff and you're not because you're playing daddy for everyone outside of you right now. There might be some actually like really valuable, there are some really valuable messages in here where we are typically fearful to go. So what's being repaired or reframed is either there's resistance to going in there because we don't want to really know, like, oh, I don't want to come to terms with the fact that I shouldn't take responsibility for that because my instincts have been telling me that I have to because I'm trying to survive out here in these streets. So we might be getting clear and repairing whatever resistance is preventing us from going in here to find out what we need to know. What's being repaired may be that we are ready to come out of this place. We have gotten the clarity. We have heard the voices. We have reconnected with those self-protective parts of ourselves. And we have integrated them. So we are ready to come out. But perhaps we are not able to access being ready to come out of there because we're still out here playing daddy for everyone. Where this opens up a pathway I need to pursue. Do less. Okay. As you either finally go into the moon and allow this process to unfold, or you finally step out of this process, you are afforded the clear, and let's pause and say, no judgment on where you are with this. Also, it's a major arcana card, so even if you're pulling out of this state right now, let's remember all the squares to Neptune happening across this season. I mean, not even across the season, at the very end of this season. So let's imagine that this is something that you're still stepping out of as that season is ending. Really only getting clarity about what it's been to be in here up to this point until the season is ending, okay? So no matter where you stand with this, shift out of judgment with it because it's going to take the whole season to find out what this means to you and to navigate that. All right. In the meantime, this is helping you even figuring out where you are here in this process. Am I resisting? Am I ready to come out? Even just getting clear on that allows you to do less, allows you to decide to continue this conversation of who am I not responsible for, and then what do I get to stop doing? This is an energy of like, I am so willing to just keep showing up and putting in this repetitive ass work to get this done, to show you how much I care about you, to show me how much I care about me. There's so much value in these pentacles, and it's reflected by how much we're willing to do. So, if this is a pathway that you need to pursue, then we're doing so by getting clear on, oh, I need need to figure out and integrate what's happening in here while I'm stepping away from responsibilities that aren't mine. I'm thinking about this also as perhaps it's the doing less that brings you to the pathway. Okay. This prompt is a little bit like, can be interpreted a couple different ways. So the path might be doing less, and you need to shed some responsibilities and step out of playing some roles in order to be able to do less, literally. The pathway might be doing less to find the pathway, or like the thing that where this opens up the pathway might be doing less. Either way, we see a clear connection here, and we absolutely see how this opens up the Page of Wands. Also, especially the moon. If I'm done being in the moon, then I'm ready to synthesize and ignite what I've processed to see what opens up here. If it's time for me to go in here and I've been resistant, then doing this process, going through this process, will bring me to this, or will absolutely open this. Okay. How I can begin this pursuit. Ooh. I didn't know what to expect here, but I don't think it was this. This is fun. Okay. What needs to happen quickly for you, Pisces? This is definitely making me think back to Jupiter. Okay. This is definitely making me think back to Jupiter in like finishing up in your third house. And maybe some of what Jupiter wants to finish up is what needs to be like part of this. Maybe it's like a message from the third house of like, okay, y'all, I'm done. Time to go home. Jupiter's coming into my fourth house of home. Maybe this is Jupiter entering into Gemini and having sudden access. You know, it's squaring your ascendant. That's a very dynamic aspect. Even if your ascendant starts at a later degree, we can think about that energy squaring your first house by sign, still compelling you in some way, maybe to define something, Gemini style, new words, to share it quickly, Gemini, just like, whoop, there it is. I collected all the information, I put it into the words, and then I just had to be, I'm done with it. Gemini is mutable. Gemini is finishing up. Gemini is like, okay, I took all that, I processed it, and bam, there it is. I synthesized it, and it's over, moving on. So perhaps there's really something about either this ending of Jupiter in Taurus and your third house, or its ingress into Gemini and your fourth house, activating some message that is ready to be released, right? This certainly takes time. This is a process you're going to be going through over the course of this season into Cancer season, potentially beyond. These are roles that we play, right? And how we show up. This can be other people, especially again, like how many people are you playing daddy for? So this might take some amount of time as well, especially if like you are officially withdrawing from something in some formal capacity and like giving notice, right? But this is the notice then. So if this is a real job, if this is just a role you've been playing for people you care about, your friends, your lovers, your whoever, people in your neighborhood, your siblings, I don't know. Whether it's a real paid job or not, South Node is moving through your 8th house. So that is the house of my boss. Maybe you are formally pulling away from some institution or corporation. Okay, this is the notice. Whatever it looks like, whoever it's for, whoever it's been for, whoever you're playing daddy for, this is you giving the notice. This is swift. This is like, it's time. Maybe I've been sitting on this for a while. Maybe this is just occurring to me. Maybe this is the new idea that's emerging from within me. Maybe this is my gut finally catching up to my intellect. Maybe this is me retrieving myself. It's time. Doesn't matter if it's a new message, old message, been sitting on it, just came to you. It's time. It's time to put it out there. We do have Venus and Mercury making that conjunction in your 5th house of self-expression. Maybe this is something that, because this is the season forecast. So maybe this is not right away, perhaps. Maybe by the end of the season, you find the courage and the words to express this, right? Okay. Let's roll these suckers. Certainly seeing the connection to these two sort of narrative cards here. Absolutely. If instincts have been compelling you to keep showing up this way, if instincts have been having you prove yourself to other people or put in work that isn't actually valuable to you or paying off for you, Those instincts are being rewritten as you move through the moon, as Neptune finishes up in your first house over the next couple of years, as Neptune squares everything and confounds everything. You've got to find yourself in all of this, right? Okay, so Cancer, absolutely. That 5th house, going to plop that right there with that 8 of Wands. That conjunction being really powerful. Mercury and Venus meeting there, being swiftly followed by the Sun, okay? Coming out of that square to Neptune and sort of embracing each other out of that square of Neptune and saying, okay, we got each other. Like, that was maybe a little crazy. That was really confusing. We are committing to this new cycle. We have Mars, who is hanging out in your 2nd house of your skills and values, okay? Maybe you've been real 8th housey with this King of Pentacles, Knight of Pentacles stuff. Maybe Mars has been really compelling you to put more emphasis on your 2nd house of what is yours, withdrawing this energy from bonds with other people so that you can ignite for yourself what you need to be able to create or use as a skill, okay? So Mars really trying to, Mars is about to hit the North Node, and Mars is hitting the North Node as Taurus season is ending. Mars hits Chiron as Gemini season is opening up. And so there's certainly something about, I need to confront any pain I've been feeling about maybe giving myself what I've been giving other people, or trusting myself to be able to support myself without being enmeshed in these bonds with other people. Okay. And 10, yeah, that full moon space that happens early in the season. Absolutely. What is that reflecting to you about your emotional sense of self and what home means to you? What is your legacy looking like at this point? And is it what you want it to look like? This is being ruled by Jupiter as it leaves your 3rd house and makes its way into your 4th house. Is there something you're ready to wrap up and like move on from? Is there something that no longer really contributes to your sense of legacy or reputation in a way that's meaningful to you at this point? Or is it just coming to a natural ending, right? Full moons are ending points. They are culmination points. After the full moon, we wrap up. We break it down. We put everything away. We disseminate all of the pieces and we distribute them to where they'll be useful in the next round of things. So maybe there's something coming to a natural end where you're able to step away and say, I'm good on that. I'm ready to close that chapter and open up to what is new for me. I'm resigning, or like, I accept this severance package and like, I'm ready to be out the door. Okay. Let me know what's landing for you in the comments, whether this is like a real job or like a family tradition, right? Like, where am I taking care of people in my family in a way that isn't helpful and I need to reconfigure that? Am I honoring traditions that no longer speak to me or my sense of moral value? Very Jupiter. Okay. Thank you so much for tuning in, Pisces. If you enjoyed, please like this video. Please share with a fellow Pisces who needs to stop playing daddy somewhere. And please subscribe. We'll talk much more about that 5th house and what you are expressing and what moving through this moon journey looks like as we discuss Cancer season next time. So I will see you there. Welcome, Aries, to your Gemini season forecast. As we explore Gemini season, we see the Sun, the new moon, and soon Mercury, Venus, and Jupiter all hanging out in your 3rd house of the mind and communication. My siblings, my neighbors, my peers, my neighborhood, and my immediate environment. Okay. We will eventually see Venus and Mercury make a conjunction at 0 degrees of your 4th house of home and family and lineage, emotional body, land, origin. We have a 1st quarter moon in your 6th house of time, health, routine, and the body, what we are in service to. We see the South Node moving through your 7th house of one-on-one relationships, be they friend, lover, enemy, or business partner. You've got a full moon in your 9th house of faraway travel, other cultures, philosophy, religion, higher learning, mass communication. Pluto is newly retrograde in your 11th house of hopes and dreams for the future, as well as friends and communities. We've got Mars hanging out with the North Node and Chiron in your 1st house of self and how you move through the world. And last but not least, we'll see Mars make ingress into, as well as Mercury, Venus, and Jupiter wrap up their time in your 2nd house of my stuff, my values, my skills, and how I use them to make my money. We have prompts. We will be looking at a part of myself I am retrieving or making room for, as well as what is repaired or reframed in this process. Where this opens up a pathway I need to pursue, and how I can begin this pursuit. Okay, so we will look at the bottom of the deck to see what stories lie beneath, and we will roll the dice to see what else we need to know or what really stands out in this reading. Okay. Oh, you get the star. That's very tender. All right, Aries. So, the star is all about hope. The star is all about our true self emerging after a time of strife, burning away everything that is false, and reconnecting with our life force energy, tapping into what we feel is possible now, trusting that we have, I don't want to be like fortune on our side or whatever, because that's some nonsense, but for this season right now, feeling a sense of radiance within yourself, feeling a sense of possibility. Okay, let's see what is supporting that. I love that for you. Okay, a part of myself I am retrieving or making room for. Oh, it's time for a new start. I mean, look, Mars just hit the North Node in your first house. Mars is about to hit Chiron in your first house. Like, it is like go time, okay? You are ready to jump into something new. This is absolutely like a situation where maybe you've been planning or hoping to reach this point, because this is something you are retrieving, right? This is not, I've been saying this is not brand new information. It's not like, oh, this appeared out of nowhere. This is something you are bringing back to yourself, or some part of you that you are bringing back to yourself. Maybe you are just like, maybe part of this star energy is like, okay, the chaos has burned away. Like, I am returning back to the self who felt comfortable jumping into new things. Like, maybe this is a much broader, like, personality reclamation, right? This could be something right now, or something, again, that you've been thinking about or been hoping will work out. So it could be situational, a big situation, but it could be situational. But it also feels like it could just be like character arc, like reclamation of like, I used to be bold. You are in Aries after all. Like, your vibe is to pursue that which interests and intrigues you without I don't want to say without fear. No one's without fear, but without succumbing to fear or worrying about the outcome necessarily. Leaping before you look, like that's your whole motto. So maybe there have been situations or chapters of your life that you've recently been navigating and moving through that have hindered this part of you, that have made it financially or otherwise resourcefully impossible. Maybe you've literally not had access to things to be able to take chances in this way. Maybe it's been an attitude shift. Maybe there's been loss, right? Okay, so, I mean, the South Node is moving through your 7th house. Have you lost some connections to people? Have you lost some, have people left your life in some very tangible way? Okay, so a lot of things could be impacting this capacity, but this is what you are retrieving or making room for. Is this part of you who used to be more authentically and readily connected to Fool energy? Okay, whew. Starting off with a bang. Yeah, so this is not just going to be this season. This is a major arcana, so we're looking at something that's opening up right now throughout Gemini season and continuing to be retrieved over time, right? Continuing to process and make sense to you over time. Okay, what is repaired or reframed in this process? Well, beautiful. Another new beginning. Okay. And this can similarly be, for 2 reasons, not just like a brand new situation that's appearing, right? This can absolutely be like, oh, now that I'm open to new things in general and taking leaps, I am also repairing my ability to feel new emotions. Okay, absolutely. Beyond that, this could also be, maybe I'm making space for a version of me that was more courageous, and or maybe I'm opening up to a situation that is new that I'm able to jump into, and that allows me to make a previous feeling a focus or priority again at this time. We have a lot of rewords here, right? Retrieving, repairing, or reframing. So this may not be a brand new feeling or just an abstract concept of being open to new feelings, right? This might be, there was an opportunity perhaps in the past that I wasn't able to jump into, and something's happening now where I'm recalling this, and it's allowing me to go back and correct what I didn't do here the first time. I don't know. There's a few different ways, all right? Okay. Where this opens up a pathway I need to pursue. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Okay. It's getting real in here. This feels very Libra, South Node, 7th house. And I want to ask, like, where's your Venus, right? Okay. So Venus now is moving through, finishing up in Taurus, soon to be in Gemini, at the end of the season, making its way into Cancer. Okay, your 4th house. So moving through your 3rd house into your 4th house, this sort of narrative about how do I connect with other people in ways that might not be true to who I am. Really important narrative to explore as we are reclaiming this part of yourself, which is the one who takes risks, the one who is ready to jump with courage, the one who does not stop in the presence of fear. Okay, so not one that is not absent of fear, but one who does not allow fear to interfere. Okay, so as you reclaim this part of yourself, this feels like the true self, right? This is your true self, or some key part of your true self is wherever your Mars is, being able to tap into those instincts about what new thing you're ready to experience. Micro, macro. So, if this part of you has been lost for some time, has been on the back burner, has been suppressed, has been talked out of having a seat at the table, whatever that has looked like for you, where has this false you shown up in its place? If this is what you've been wanting to do, what have you been doing instead? Who have you been deferring to regarding starting new things? Where have you been lying about what things you want to be starting or what feelings you want to be feeling? Have you been lying about your feelings? I hope this doesn't sound antagonistic, because I want to genuinely call your attention to your Cancer 4th house and perhaps how swiftly those feelings evolve with the moon, and needing to honor all of those itty bitty changes and ebbs and flows of the tide. It's all part of your emotional process, of your listening to your ether self and letting it inform your earthly self. It's all part of this delicate balance here between intellect and instinct. So where have you been neglecting that? Where have you been denying that? Why have you been doing that? Truly, why? Like, what feelings have you been afraid to feel or acknowledge? Does it feel like this Ace of Swords? Or, I mean, well, it's funny that I made that slip because that's where I was going. Is it that this Ace of Cups really feels more like an Ace of Swords sometimes? I'm scared of what new things I might feel, because what if they are so powerful that they cause a disruption to this sense of equilibrium I've been existing in? This equilibrium is a trap, though, girl. You in danger, Molly. Okay? You're not the first one I've said that to this season. this may feel like equilibrium, but what have you sacrificed to allow for that? It's false. So it will be disrupted at some point, right? I think being Mars ruled, no matter where your Mars is, Mars will have something to say about that. So it's important to get clear on, maybe this is the pathway. Perhaps the pathway is defalsifying yourself and how you connect with other people. Maybe you need to defalsify yourself in order to find the real pathway. Let's see what's here. How I can begin this pursuit. Okay, we have a lot of majors. This North Node is in your first house for the next several months. It doesn't leave until January. So there are still several months in which these narratives cannot unfold. Okay. But this is beautiful, and this is Venus ruled, right? This is Taurus. So where Jupiter's wrapping up, where Mercury and Venus have been, where Mars will soon be. Isn't that just fitting? Okay. So Mars will soon be in the Taurus part of your chart, in the second house, where Jupiter is finishing up. Uranus is still there. So let's think about that for a moment. Mars will certainly be encountering Uranus during this transit. It won't be during Gemini season. And perhaps that's some of the fun of these majors, showing us that what's opening up this season is not necessarily being resolved or answered or fully understood this season. It's just the beginning of the chapter. Starts here. So Mars won't encounter Uranus until Cancer season, I believe. Now I feel like I need to check. But already what we can look ahead at during Cancer season is that everything will be squaring the nodes. So we'll have the Sun, Venus, Mercury all moving through Cancer, all squaring that North Node in Aries and that South Node in Cancer. Okay. And so Mars will be meeting with, yes, it will be Cancer season. Okay, Mars will be meeting with Uranus during Cancer season. Yes, and the fun of July is that we get not one but two Capricorn full moons. Okay, one of which is at 29 degrees and will then be ruling over the 29-degree Sun in Cancer. So Cancer season is going to bring us a lot of change if we are bold enough to allow it, if we are grounded enough to embrace it. Okay, I get why you have the star here. You've got to have some hope and some faith and some resilience about perhaps this defalsification process. This is really the only like spicy card in this spread. Okay, the Hierophant is what you believe in, what you trust in. This is not the kind of faith that is the star or the kind of hope that is the star. This is like an inner glowing, right? This is like an inner sense of who I am and what I am connected to at this time, and the light inside me burning brightly. This is the light that burns outside us that we gravitate toward in times of despair, in times of uncertainty, in times of wanting to ground, right? And breathe and feel and connect. So this is like the church, whatever that looks like for you. This is a very like ninth house space. So that's where the full moon is for you, right? The beginning of Gemini season. So what kind of like ninth house institutions hold you? What kind of frameworks, philosophical, religious, whatever that looks like for you, spiritual, okay? What conceptual frameworks hold you? This is a process you need to begin exploring. Maybe it's something really obvious, but you've been taking it for granted and you haven't really been thinking about it actively. You're being asked to think about it actively this season. Maybe it's something you've been very vague about, very kind of like, I don't practice what I preach. And so, like, I dabble in some of these things and I say I do them, but I'm not really doing them to a degree that supports me in a tangible way. This is like, this just gave me, I love that there's like hands here. This is like the false hand of Satan. And this is like the give it to God kind of moment. And look, this is a non-denominational spiritual space. So, but that's just telling you what I saw in the moment. So there's a real, like, I need to know the light within me. I need to know the light outside of me. As I contend with these two very big, right, major arcana themes, I need to then understand where I'm not showing up as any of this light. The light that burns inside of me, the light that I pursue outside of me, that holds me, that gives me hope, that allows me to have faith. All of that is sort of the antidote to the false self here. And I want to say there's like no shame in the false self. Also, like, these are genuine concepts. If anyone's curious, this is True Self, False Self from Dr. Winnicott. If you feel like exploring that, Aries, just my little bibliotherapy for you. So this false self was forged out of necessity, right? Like, we don't choose to be a false self. Maybe there are some people, but I don't think they're here watching this today. I don't think that many of us are choosing to willingly want to have a false self. This is born out of necessity. Again, where's your Venus? So what has been allowing this false self to develop? And where has it been related to a disconnection from these forces, right? And this is absolutely all, again, tying back to this Fool of, when I feel connected to this light, I'm good, and I'm tapped into my genuine self who pursues what intrigues me and what interests me and what excites me. Again, that sort of character arc being reclaimed, not just a situational thing. Or even if it is situational, I'm reclaiming my ability to be willing to leap in this moment, because I'm still also thinking about what is going to give me the faith to do so. Where am I going to get the hope to do this, right? I love this ace as also like an antidote to this Seven of Swords, because I think these feelings are going to feel so good that it's going to be really hard to justify continuing to uphold this false self. And these, like, you know, we think of these lines feel like equilibrium to us, but it's actually a cage. We've trapped ourselves. It feels like we're whole, keeping a balance. It feels very Libra South Node, truly, in this moment. Like, it feels like we're like, but we're doing a solid to the environment. We're keeping things even. And it's like, no, you are trapping yourself. I almost ended that with a girl. There you go. So all of these are absolutely interwoven. These are going to feel so good that it's going to be really hard to keep justifying staying in this. But to really pursue this pathway of this defalsification is going to take so much trust in something outside of us, as well as hope within us, right? We haven't even rolled these dice yet. I'm like, okay, we're good. Nope. Okay, yes, we know it's Gemini season. We know where the sun is. Very cute, thank you. But let's think about how the sun moving through Gemini. All right, Gemini is your third house. This is your mind, right? So what has compelled your mind to think that this is where we should be when we've gotten so far from being these other things, right? Okay, so it certainly makes sense to see Gemini here and have your third house highlighted. Jupiter is entering here, okay? So Jupiter is going to be like, what are these thoughts? Why have I been doing this? What role do I play when I'm thinking this way, for example? Okay, and the sun moving through here, certainly processing who am I in the scope of my mind, my peers, my siblings, okay, my neighborhood, what sort of false self am I showing up as, and what opportunities am I holding myself back from? What institutions in my neighborhood, right, support my faith? What rituals do I practice? Third house, Gemini, where the sun is, that support my faith, okay? But also the sun's ruling your fifth house of self-expression and play and joy in children. And so I end here on a note of thinking about what that connection looks like, all right? So what does your day-to-day life and like your rituals and your mind, how does that all influence or inform this season where the sun is moving? What play looks like and how you self-express, okay? Self-express, right? But are you lying? Okay. And all right, the fourth house, absolutely, Cancer. So I think those themes of the fourth house, especially that 0-degree conjunction again between Venus and Mercury, are really going to open up something very important for you emotionally. Ooh, like if we're talking about new feelings coming through that are going to be hard to like then step away from and go back to this, Venus and Mercury are going to be like, baby, no. And Mercury will still be ruling the sun at that point because the sun will be just a step behind at the tail end of Gemini. So some powerful kind of maybe transformations possible over the course of the season, things that are opening up this season that continue after this season. Aries, thank you so much for tuning in. If you enjoyed this, please like this video. Please share with a fellow Aries who is ready to shed their false self. Please subscribe so we can talk about Cancer season and those powerful feelings coming through and that square to the nodes from the planets moving through Cancer and that Mars-Uranus conjunction that's going to have you moving in a new direction, okay? I would love to see you there. Welcome, Taurus, to your Gemini season forecast. As we explore Gemini season, we are seeing the sun, the new moon, and soon Mercury, Venus, and Jupiter moving through your second house of my stuff, my values, my skills, and how I use them to make my money. We see eventually Venus and Mercury making their way into your third house of my mind and how I communicate, my peers, my siblings, my immediate environment, my neighborhood. We have a first quarter moon in your fifth house of true love, self-expression, play, joy, and children. Meanwhile, the south node is moving through your sixth house of time, routine, health, and the body, and what we are in service to. We see a full moon in your eighth house of shared resources, my landlord, my boss, my government, my spouse, my ancestors, my psychology. Pluto is recently retrograde in your 10th house of legacy, career, reputation, and tradition. Saturn and Neptune will be joined by a third quarter moon in your 11th house of hopes and dreams for the future and friends and communities. Mars has been hanging out with the North Node and Chiron in your 12th house of endings. What it all means in the end, my karma, me and my maker, my mental health, and how I experience my spirituality as an individual, right? Last but not least, we see Mars making its way into, and Mercury, Venus, and Jupiter making their way out of your first house of self and how you move through the world. This last shuffle really wants to be dramatic. Okay. So we have prompts. A part of myself I am retrieving or making room for, as well as what is repaired or reframed in this process. Where this opens up a pathway I need to pursue, and how I can begin this pursuit. Okay, we will look at the bottom of the deck to see what stories lie beneath the themes unfolding here this season, and we will roll the dice to see what else we need to know. Okay. All right. Here is the Eight of Cups taking us away. All right, so hop on, kids. It's time to go. The Eight of Cups sees us sailing away from something. It is upright, so nothing is interrupting this process. We're not stopping to ruminate or obsess over our decisions here or the feelings that ultimately inform them. We are certainly feeling heavy about what kind of investment we have put in here, what kind of time and emotion we've built into all of this, and yet how undoubtedly certain we are that it is time to leave it behind in some way, knowing that we open up to the Nine of Cups following this, which is many possibilities, right? It's not necessarily one particular route to happiness. It is many opportunities that become abundantly available. Okay, what else do we have here? A part of myself I am retrieving or making room for. Okay, another 8. What are you doing less of? All right, so keep looking back to that South Node in the 6th house. What are you doing less of? This is kind of like very productive pentacles, right? It's not quite the king, or it's like, I'm the boss, or like, maybe that's also King of Wands. You know, King of Pentacles, like, I sign the paychecks. Yeah, that's pretty boss though. That's very 8th house, like, I'm the boss, right? I am I'm the one signing the paychecks. Okay, so it's like not quite King of Pentacles. It's more putting in work towards something bigger than the self, right? If we think about it, we are building up to first the 9 of Pentacles, which is for ourselves, but beyond that, the 10 is the end of the suit, which is where we share with others. So there is something here that might be about our own sense of routine, might be about what we've been committed to harvesting, if you will, in the 6th house, and what maybe you are pulling back from there, right? If we're retrieving something reversed from the 8th, then it might be retrieving some of the energy I've been putting into harvesting this damn garden, for example. Maybe I have been committing a lot to this, okay? Venus is your chart ruler as well as your 6th house. So if your Venus, for example, experiences any amount of debility or adversity in your chart, then how you show up in the world for other people also impacts, or how you show up in the world, rather, also impacts how you show up for your day-to-day world. And there may be pressure there to overextend energy. If you think about the South Node moving through there and Libra stories, it might be like, I felt that I owed it to show up like this. I thought I would commit to this out of a sense of like compromise, but maybe it's now feeling more like obligation, and maybe I no longer feel bound to that obligation. Maybe it meant a lot to me. Maybe there was some emotional component to what I've been showing up for and so like dutifully committed to. But I must acknowledge that I've been in an unequal relationship to it, as is the nature of the 6th house. The 7th house is where our equal relationships happen. The 6th house is where we are in service to something else. We are working for someone else. Okay, so where have those things become mixed? Where have our emotions become mixed with who we work for? I'm not going to unpack that one because there's a lot of layers in there, but I think you are going to know. So what are you kind of reclaiming that commitment of energy or productivity from? Okay. What is repaired? I do enjoy that everything else is upright. What is repaired or reframed in this process? Well, okay. I can't say that this is the king that I expected. I talked about the King of Pentacles. I talked about the King of Wands. All right. I love this. The King of Swords is a master of knowledge. The King of Swords is a source of information, of organized and categorized, accessible information that others can peruse and learn from, okay? For example, like I have seen this card show up for people who are becoming librarians or who are getting a master's in like library systems, okay? So like literally, quite literally, like I can go this is like, I can go search for anything in here. All right. The entire library system, all the books ever published. All right. So what is repaired or reframed in this process? This might be the king you are meant to be, or want to be, or have tried to be. It's interesting that I kind of thought about the king as being in this position when I made the comparison to the King of Pentacles from the Eight of Pentacles, thinking that that would be some part of you that you were reclaiming. But it's interesting that instead this official resource or this official respected entity is what is being repaired or reframed. So is this something that you have tried to be, or you have wanted to be, or you have strived for, and you've been blocked in some way because of what you've had to do here elsewhere? This is giving 10th house if this is 6th house. This is also giving like kind of Jupiter wrapping things up in your first house, and like a sense of King Arthur here, like this I have the capacity to morally weigh in on whatever, and this is what that feels very Libra South Node. Like that gives me a lot of like justice vibes, right? That sense of like I need to be impartial, or I need to be able to think about all sides. Okay. So what in there is being repaired? Maybe it's the journey to this pathway, right? Because the king is the ultimate end of the journey. So it means it is a journey. It is that we are committing to finish. And there could be interruptions to that, absolutely. Is it that you are reframing what this even means to you, what it means to be this, what it means to get here, to walk along this stone path and to ascend to this state of knowledge? Are you just reframing all of what that even means to you? Okay, I mean, yeah, all these planets are moving through your second house of your values, right? So a mercurial set of values is changeable, absolutely. It also wants more information in order to make a sound decision. Okay, so it makes sense that we would see that highlighted here, and that we would see Jupiter entering into this space to kind of morally weigh in on what questions you want to be asking, or what information you would need in order to be this resource, and certainly then kind of reframing what that even looks like and what you want that to look like based on what you are maybe decommitting to, stepping away from, allowing yourself to exit if it's been unfair, right? Thinking back to that 6th house relationship of unequal dynamics, where this opens up a pathway I need to pursue. Okay, we're going back a few steps, going back a few pentacles. Okay, we are backing it up and maybe thinking, kind of reducing the scale a bit, and maybe thinking about, where do I need to preserve more? This could be the kind of like literal saving money. And maybe that's true if you are literally like exiting a job, or like searching for work or employment or compensation that does not require so much of this. This really feels like repetitive action. Like it really is. Like you can even think about the traditional Rider-Waite deck and think about like that figure who's just like hammering a million pentacles, right? It is kind of like terrifically repetitive. That takes a toll on the body, which is also the 6th house, right? Okay, so it could be literally like, where do I need to save money because I'm leaving this job that is unfair? Where is it that I need to be more conservative with my energy as I pull back my productivity levels and the commitments that I've made about my energy? Okay, this could be like, what do I need to be more protective of in general. Maybe the self-protectiveness is what leads us to the pathway, right? And we'll look at this next card to kind of get a sense of like what that ultimately looks like. But I could certainly see the Four of Pentacles being the pathway for a bit in terms of exploring what that Four of Pentacles means to you. What is it that I'm saving some of? What is it that I want to be more mindful of in using it moving forward? And what does this preservation look like? Certainly understand more about this Eight of Cups. We need to leave something behind, clearly, in order to be more preserving. Maybe the walking away helps us conserve our energy in some way, allows us to save up something. Maybe we've been giving, maybe we've been like accumulating this and it hasn't even been going to us. Okay. Maybe we haven't even been getting to use enough of it to like do any of this. And maybe the walking away helps us start to conserve some of that for ourselves. Okay. Instincts, absolutely. Like, think about the Lover. If I've been stuck in a 6th house cycle, that's absolutely telling a story where I've been stuck on Earth in some capacity. I've been stuck in the menial. I've been stuck in the day-to-day. I haven't been able to drift off. Maybe this is the drifting off. Maybe if I could be in my own kind of chill zone headspace for a bit, I would feel like this would already be happening. But I've been so stuck in this mode that I haven't even had the space to really like properly look at this and recognize that it's time to go. Okay. And these instincts have informed how we got here, right? These instincts have been misaligned in some way. They've informed us committing to something in a way that is not sound for us, energetically, organically. I don't know. I'm just looking at the vegetables. Is that what's happening? There's something that we have kind of maybe told ourselves we need to be part of in some way. But really, we're on this journey of kind of mastering information for ourselves. All right. How I can begin this pursuit. Ooh. Ending on a note I did not anticipate, but is very welcome here. This makes me think a bit about Mars and the North Node in your 12th house right now. And as we have discussed, as the Sun is wrapping up in your 1st house, Mars is meeting the North Node in your 12th house. And once we're in Gemini season properly, Mars is meeting with Chiron. So there's certainly something about that, or those meetings, calling you to get clear on where you hold yourself responsible for. I mean, that's a very king. Like, kings are responsible for other people. The king is not just doing it for themselves. The king feels bound to or responsible for leading others to find their own inner mental master, as well as to do their own research, right? Like, pursue this course and like you will get where you need to go. So the king feels externally motivated, but maybe that has been contracted in a way that has not, hasn't felt good, hasn't worked, hasn't been fair, has been draining your energy, has not allowed you to save anything for yourself. Okay. So this is such a beautiful invitation to ask yourself about what's keeping you bound here. This is the card before the World, so this is the penultimate chapter in the Fool's journey. And this is where we reflect on how we got here to this point. We think about what we knew along the way and what we didn't know along the way. We think about what shaped our instincts and what shaped how we engage in this environment. And we ultimately give ourselves grace for knowing whatever we knew at the time and not knowing whatever we didn't know at the time. And that's such delicate work that requires it's self-forgiveness, right? This is just me and me. This is not me thinking about anyone else outside of me. This is not anyone else telling me like who I am or what I've done. This is me confronting what I feel indebted to still, and allowing myself to be free, to start over, to start a new cycle. I think that that's really beautiful, as Mars will enter your first house during Gemini season and sort of rule this 12th house nodal journey from that first house then, which Mars is a separative energy. Mars is a blade that cuts us apart, that cuts rope apart and allows us to depart from the harbor. Okay, so Mars moving through that first house is going to inject you with a sense of assertiveness to move towards something that you need to move toward in order to wrap up this sort of karmic journey you might be on, right? With the North Node and Chiron traveling through your 12th house. And that is the house of endings. And this is the only major arcana card here in the spread. So it's kind of an interesting trick I did here in terms of like how to begin this pursuit is to do this, but this is the one thing that's going to take longer than this season. Okay. So I don't know even what to say about that. You're welcome. So sort of some funky directions here, but it's not that you need to wrap up this process necessarily. Let's think about the fact that the North Node will be in your 12th house through January, and Chiron will be in your 12th house for, it's got a couple years yet, okay? This is where Chiron moves the slowest. So Chiron's still going to be up there, perhaps cyclically inviting you to reflect on cycles of judgment, okay? So at least through January, you have the North Node up here calling you to explore this space through Mars. Okay, so let's think about perhaps this judgment piece wrapping up with the nodal shift that takes place in January, where the North Node finally leaves your 12th house and enters your 11th house. So if we're imagining this will take several more months, it makes sense that this more immediate stuff on the ground this season is helping you still acknowledge that this is a pathway to where you want to go. And let's also say that this is where the pathway opens up. Okay. So if how you are beginning the pursuit of this pathway is going to take you a few months, these on the ground steps, this shifting away, this pulling back your energy, whatever productivity looks like for you, whatever you've been bound to harvesting, allows you access to really confront how you got here, right? So why did I make these commitments? What was it in the beginning of arriving here and building and investing into this that made me want to stay and keep building into it? What have I known up to this point and instinctually chosen? And where can I start to forgive myself, right? Because I said cycles of judgment with Chiron over the next couple years still. Okay, we have Scorpio, we have Neptune, we have 5. All right, so there's a first quarter moon in Virgo in your 5th house. Okay, so how you self-express, what you, what looks like play for you, right? 5 is the house of our children. 5 is the house of self-expression and true love. What stories show up there for you, okay? Maybe you're pulling back more time to be with your kids. Maybe you are sailing away from love that isn't true love. Maybe you are leaving a space that doesn't allow you to self-express, okay? Scorpio, then, is your 7th house of one-on-one relationships, and that might be where you've been investing a lot of this energy. That might be what you need to be sailing away from. That might be where someone who was a friend has become an enemy, or maybe an enemy has become a friend. Okay. But there is still self-preservation here. There is still pulling back from something. Maybe it's divesting some role of responsibility or authority, right, in those relationships. And we have Neptune, who is in Pisces right now and is in your 11th house of hopes and dreams for the future, as well as friends and community. Maybe that's what you're pulling back from in some sense. Maybe that's what you are recognizing you've invested a lot in. Saturn up there is kind of contradicting the Neptune energy. Neptune's been up there for so long, like 12 years, right? And Neptune up there might be kind of erasing what some of those hopes and dreams for the future looked like. Neptune might be sort of car washing some of what those friends and communities looked like for a while or for some time. And it might be that you are pulling back from some of those hopes and dreams for the future, some that you were investing in, that you were building toward, some of those communities that you've been emotionally building and supporting, and giving some of this to yourself. Okay, I'm very curious to see what like Mars moving into your first house is going to bring into the sphere for you. So keep me posted in the comments. Taurus, thank you so much for tuning in. If you enjoyed, please like this video. Please share with a fellow Taurus who needs the courage and the like inner truth to walk away from what is no longer serving them. And subscribe. We'll talk about Cancer season next time and talk about what's happening in your third house of mind and immediate environment and communication. All of this is very kind of like you internally, emotionally, pentacly, but what's going to be communicated. All right, we'll tune in then.